started. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Agent.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Keeney Keith.
Here.
Nash. Willetts.
Here.
4 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. And first up, Eric is with us to go over some interim budget changes. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council. We have 14 interim budget changes for your consideration this afternoon. The majority of those IBCs are in the enterprise funds. And I'll note that the first 8 of them are all related to airport capital projects or airport projects. The first item is an increase associated with airport bond interest. This increase is related to 2 series of bond debt that were issued for the construction of the employee and the public parking garages. These bond interest expenses were not budgeted in fiscal year 23, given the timing of the bond issuances, but they were included in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. The next item is for airport road improvements. This increase would be offset by savings from the Taxi Lane N project, which is complete and had a remaining budget. The third item is for the East De-ice and Cargo Apron Rehabilitation Project, which is in need of funding due to higher than anticipated construction costs and a necessary utility relocation. The increase for this project would also be offset by a reduction to the Taxi Lane N project. The fourth airport item is for the Economy Parking Lot Improvements Project. Additional funding is needed within that project for utility and design related costs, as well as to relocate the existing lateral irrigation ditch. Funding for that increase would also come from the Taxi Lane N project. Our fifth item is the Terminal Cooling Tower Relocation Project. This $2.5 million adjustment would cover higher than budgeted costs for the equipment associated with the cooling tower, as well as construction administration costs and certain inspection related costs. The funding for this project would come from the Taxiway D and Taxi Lane A3 relocation projects, both of which have available budget. The sixth airport item is for the Terminal Facility Upgrade Project. An increase to that project is required to accommodate higher than budgeted costs for the skylight replacement and for rotunda art support. Funding for that project would come from the SkyWest Apron construction project, which was canceled and has available funding. The next item is for the ticket lobby expansion. This $375,000 increase is required for design work, primarily related to tying the new baggage system into the existing baggage system. Funding for that project would also come from the Taxi Lane N project. And the final airport related project is for the utility infrastructure development project. An increase is required there due to higher design, construction, and utility costs. Funding for that project would come from the Taxi Lane D rehabilitation project, which was completed and has available funding. Moving past the airport, our ninth IBC for consideration is for Primrose Park. This increase, this $400,000 increase, which would be funded by development impact fees in the North River Park planning area, would address higher than budgeted costs associated with building out the park according to the park's master plan. The use of development impact fees was approved by the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee on July 12th of this year. Our 10th item is for the zoo necropsy building for $37,000. That project is in need of additional funding due to higher than budgeted costs. An expansion of that building is required in order to maintain the zoo's various accreditations, as the current building is too small to accommodate larger animals. Our 11th item is to support administrative costs for the Community Development Block Grant Fund, as well as our home fund. This adjustment would transfer undesignated funds from the Housing Projects and Special Activities Fund to support administrative costs within the CDBG and home funds. I'll note that there is budget authority available within those funds, but federal reimbursement limits have been reached, and there is not sufficient fund balance to support those costs absent this transfer. Our 12th item is an advancement of funding for police patrol vehicles. We had allocated $1.7 million as part of the fiscal year 24 budget. However, due to the timing of the order bank being open, the order bank will be open in September. We need to advance those funds into the current fiscal year. A subsequent IBC would be brought forward for City Council consideration in fiscal year 24 to remove the fiscal year 24 allocation. Similar to that, a recommendation to advance funding for the Warm Springs Historic Streetlights project is recommended. Advancing those funds into fiscal year 23 will allow for more of that work to be completed before we reach the winter season. A subsequent IBC will be brought forward for council consideration to remove the FY24 funding after the approval of the FY24 budget. And our last item is for the West Boise Communications Center. An increase to that project is needed to cover higher than budgeted labor and material costs associated with installing power conduits and vaults, as well as to prepare the facility for centralized standby power. The offset for that increase would be a reduction to the West Boise Secondary Capacity Project, which also has available funding. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions the council might have.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if there's no questions, I would move approval of the interim budget changes, items number 1 through 14.
Second.
We have a motion and second discussion. Clark?
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Meeting Keith,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Thanks, Eric. All right, and now we have Nikki Hellenkamp from my office to go over fee deferrals and exemptions for affordable housing. Welcome, Nikki.
Thanks very much, Mayor and Council. As the mayor said, Nikki Hellenkamp.
Sorry, Nikki, do you think that you're showing us a presentation right now?
I do think that,
Great.
but I can see that I'm not.
Greg, I think it's Greg that's back there today. If not, okay. Somebody will be able to help connect.
I can describe
Yeah,
in
you can
detail.
start. I just wasn't sure if you
There's
could
a
see that we
construction
couldn't
worker
see.
in the background. The foreground is some beautiful wood. Get ready.
You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so I'm here today to bring you a background and an update on the city's work to reduce fees for affordable housing development, including an ordinance change that will be on your agenda tonight for first reading. As we've said before, the city is really taking an all of the above approach to housing affordability and access, including setting goals for construction and preservation of affordable homes, including affordability incentives in our zoning code, and piloting innovative approaches related to ADUs and tiny homes. And in this spirit, we've also been exploring a strategy around reducing development costs for affordable homes by deferring and exempting the city's fees that are associated with development. We know that affordable housing construction is really challenging and that larger market forces like construction costs and interest rates have a outsized impact on the feasibility of those projects. But the city does also have a role to play in terms of reducing the barriers that we create, including the fees that we charge. If my slides are up, I would now move to slide 2, but then you'd miss the beautiful picture on my cover slide. I'll go ahead and move it along. Is that, oh, she's gone. Okay, I'll just keep it moving in the interest of time. So in terms of our goals here, if you could see the slide, you would see 3 different goals outlined. The first is predictable funding. We know that predictability is really key when it comes to affordable housing development. And what I mean by predictability is having really clear criteria around the types of projects that qualify and providing those, making them available on the developer's timeline, not through a predetermined funding round. So sometimes affordable housing developers will call this over the counter, meaning that as long as you meet the criteria in terms of the affordability requirements that are needed and any other requirements, then you can rely on being able to access this incentive, or in this case, this fee waiver or exemption, exemption or deferral. This type of exemption or deferral would also demonstrate local commitment to these kinds of projects, which can be helpful on tax credit applications or other types of funding that an affordable housing project may be applying to as well. The second goal that's outlined in the slide is supporting a range of affordable housing. So these kinds of exemptions and waivers can be used for large multifamily, smaller homeownership projects, as well as a range of incomes targeted. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. And the last of the goals is to amplify the zoning code incentives around affordability by really trying to match them. So we'll get into that a little bit more as well. They're saved to the. Okay. So on this slide, what you can't see is a beautiful rendering of an affordable housing project with nearly 100 units, which is set to break ground this month on city-owned land at State and Arthur. And what you'd see broken out are the city's fees that we charge, broken into 3 categories. Impact fees, which on the State and Arthur project, which again, you're talking about around 100 affordable units. Those impact fees were just under $275,000. For our building permit and development fees, that's the next category, they were just over $220,000. And on our sewer connection fees, just over $200,000. So in total, city fees on this project were $699,900.81. So as we are looking at those fees and asking a question around, no problem. As we're looking at those fees and asking the question around, is there something we can do to address this $700,000 that the city is charging on fees for this affordable housing development that very much meets our goals around affordability? I want to highlight our progress on the strategy so far. So the first of those was impact fees. And as you know, we were able to move forward a short-term impact fee deferral option through internal policy change. The way that a short-term impact fee deferral would work is that it's paid when a building receives its certificate of occupancy rather than at permit issuance, which is a difference of usually about 18 months to 2 years. Doing this means that a developer can avoid putting those fees on their construction loan, which involves accruing interest on them for up to 2 years during that period of construction, and to instead pay the fees closer in time to when they'll be moving residents in. So you're still talking about the affordable housing developer paying the fees and paying them relatively quickly, but it does reduce some of that upfront cost. In terms of the building permit and development fees, which is the second of the 3 types of fees in that image you can't see, the change there will allow both short-term deferrals and exemptions, and that's included in this year's update to the fee schedule, which is on your second reading calendar for tonight. So that's what gives the ability to do that. And finally, the sewer connection fee deferral is a longer-term deferral. This requires an ordinance change, which, as I mentioned, will be on tonight's first reading calendar. It's not that one. Okay. And happy to get you the slides afterwards. Hopefully they'll help with understanding. So essentially what we have tried to devise here is a two-tiered system that with greater incentives associated with deeper levels of affordability. So we've got two categories of affordable housing projects. One is projects that meet the zoning code's affordability incentive criteria by having at least 25% of their units affordable at 80% AMI for rental, 120% AMI for homeownership. So what we're essentially saying is, look, if you're meeting our zoning code affordability incentives, we can also offer you this short-term deferral on both your impact fees and your building permit and development fees, where we can defer them for 2 years. You can pay them at certificate of occupancy, and it addresses a little bit of that upfront pain. The second tier is for more deeply affordable projects in which at least half of the units are affordable at 60% AMI or below for rental or 100% AMI or below for homeownership. So for these more deeply affordable projects, they would be eligible for their building permit and development fees to be exempted altogether, meaning that there would be no expectation that they be paid back in the future. And with the ordinance change before you, those types of projects would also be eligible for a long-term deferral of their sewer connection fees, which we'll get into now. So currently under city code, restaurants and breweries are already have the ability to have their sewer connection fees deferred. So this would just add affordable housing as an allowable category, and would also include a repayment structure that's specific to the financing needs of those projects. Specifically, we would be looking at a 17-year deferral, which in our discussions with affordable housing providers in the development of this ordinance, they shared that in terms of the way those projects specifically are typically financed, that 17-year period would be something that would make sense and that they have used in other jurisdictions with this type of deferral. It also would only apply to multifamily projects, whereas the other exemptions and deferrals we've discussed could be used for projects of any size. So again, apologies for the technical difficulties on my end, but the sewer connection fee ordinance is on your first reading calendar for tonight, and I'm happy to stand for any questions you might have related to it or the other fee deferrals and exemptions that we've discussed.
Madam Mayor, first of all, Nikki, great job explaining the complicated thing without any slide assistance. You did wonderful. You had said something about folks being eligible for an exemption, and I was wondering if you could maybe just kind of give us a snapshot of what that process would look like. Is it somebody who meets the requirements and then they apply for something, and then we have a objective way of saying yes, no? How does the eligibility work?
Mayor, Council President Halliburton, yes, that's exactly how it would work. We would have very clear criteria spelled out in policy. And this is something we're excited about. There is a position within PDS that it's Joe Bruce, and his job is very much to work with folks who are trying to bring affordable housing online and to make sure they're aware of these are the incentives that are out there. Here's how we can get you through this application process, right? Here's what the criteria will be. And if you meet the criteria and you apply and we verify that you meet the criteria, then you would be able to get that exemption or deferral.
Perfect.
That's
Thank
how
you.
it would work.
Madam Mayor. Not a question, but just a comment. I really appreciate the continued focus on trying to come up with creative solutions to ensure that we have affordable housing. We know the market forces right now across the nation, but here in Idaho and in Boise specifically are really putting a damper on our ability to make this happen. So I'm really just thankful that the team is continuing to look at the many different options we have in front of us. And I think that this is another one of those levers that we can pull that hopefully gets that kind of development here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Nikki, walk us through what a developer is saving if they're part of the 60% AMI or the 100% AMI, and they basically have all fees waived. What does that look like in dollars and cents? And then also, what does it look like if the sewer is delayed over 17 years?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willets, thank you. If I would go back to my slide that broke out the fees, but I'll say them verbally. So impact fees would only the short-term deferral is available even for that more deeply affordable project. So they're still paying I'm going to round them all to $200,000 just for, that's not correct, but we're going to use it for purposes of illustration. So $200,000 impact fees, you're still paying at certificate of occupancy, even for that more deeply affordable project. On the building permit and development fees, to really get into the weeds here, since you asked the question, on our building permit and development fees, that project would, by our criteria, qualify for an exemption of their specifically planning and development services portion of that fees, which for this project is about 87% of those development services fees. The other ones are like very weird public works fees, like streetlight inspection, things like that. So they would have about 87% of that 200,000 exempted. And then on the sewer connection side, they would, that additional essentially 200,000, they would be able to have that deferred out for 17 years, at which point the full amount would be due.
And Mayor, follow up. Thank you. And I know this is really hard because we're talking numbers without having the benefit of actually looking at them. So in terms of doing this, I mean, I think it's a great idea because it just incentivizes folks. How are we as a city going to make up for the lost revenue when it comes to, the fees? Because we all see these fees, we enact these fees, and then they all go to things that we all appreciate.
Absolutely, Mayor, Councilmember, that's something we've had a lot of conversation around, and particularly with, impact fees. Of course, you want to have the parks, police, and everything else that comes with that neighborhood, which is a big part of why we're just looking at that short-term deferral. In terms of the budget impact of the others, they're only, as I said, available for those more deeply affordable projects, which in looking at what we expect to be coming forward at that level of affordability, there just aren't actually that many of them, which in the big picture is a bad thing. And in the picture of the city's budget and these fee exemptions is like, it means that our budget office had a level of comfort with saying this actually isn't very many projects that would actually qualify under these more restrictive criteria. And in some future world, there might be so many deeply affordable units coming online that we'd want to look at that differently, but that isn't our current reality. And so given the number of projects that we expect to see in the next 5-6 years, it was something that they felt comfortable with in terms of the budget impact.
Madam Mayor, one more.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. So the estimated number that we went with was $500,000 in the neighborhood. And that's an estimate based on what we see in our pipeline coming forward. Yeah.
And Nikki, just to follow up on that, are these, so for the deeply affordable ones, the reason that you're able to predict how many we might have, is that also because, one, there are some in the pipeline, but are these the projects that look to having tax credits? And so there's a limited number of tax credits that are available in our state and in our community. And that gives us a sense of how many projects we might see moving forward in order to budget. So it's not, we'd like to see more, but the reality is with the capital stack, you need that tax credit. And so we have a sense of how few there will be.
Mayor, that's exactly correct. To reach this level of affordability in our state currently is almost impossible without low-income housing tax credits. And so we're able to use the tax credit availability to, just as you said, have a sense of what we could expect as the upward limit of what might be coming online in the coming years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
I really appreciate the work on this. It was a while ago, we said be as creative as possible and come up with some solutions, and council wanted to see it too. And you and the team have done that. So thank you. All right. Oh, we're going to take a break so that you don't have to try to describe every slide that you likely have, because I think that you were next. Oh, we've got it ready. Oh, great. All right. Never mind. We've got it ready. So next up, we have what we're doing here is, it looks like Dennis is presenting. Dennis Mazzaros, is that you both are? Okay. And Chris Roth from St. Luke's also. And we've asked St. Luke's to come in and present the master plan that this council and community weighed over many, many months and maybe years, quite a while ago. And with COVID and other things that have happened, there have been some slight delays in the steps that the hospital expected to take. And so we asked that now that they're ready to take the steps, that they come back to us to review the overarching master plan that was approved by the city. And then we'll have some specific conversations about pieces that were approved and agreed to as part of this, was it the CUP? Back in the day, was it a CUP? No, it was the adoption of Blueprint Boise. Okay. And so the different pieces that were agreed to at that point, we're going to review it all, because moving forward, starting today, there will be steps that will be taken that were expected to happen, but it's just been so long since the council has had this conversation. Go on up. And welcome. Can we, I don't know if,
How about that?
Oh,
There we
you're
go.
on.
Okay. Madam Mayor, council members, good afternoon. I'm Chris Roth. I serve as President and CEO of St. Luke's Health System. It's been a number of years since I've been before this group, and on behalf of my team and our organization, really looking forward to providing you an update today on the comprehensive master plan related to the development and investment in our Boise hospital and related structures, as well as ultimately to grant the city of Boise easement through the Bannock corridor that will provide public access on an ongoing basis. The granting of the easement is I don't want to say it's the final step, but it's a critical step in the next phase of what will be a $1.2 to $1.4 billion investment in our downtown Boise hospital. Those of you that recall discussions 8 years ago, that number was a lot smaller, but inflation and time and all of those things. But as you will see, there's been a tremendous amount of work over the past few years, and there's a lot of work ahead. So we're looking forward to this dialogue, and we'll be here to answer any questions. This is a very complex project, lots of moving parts and pieces. We'll do our best to stay pretty high level and not overwhelm you with the details, but we're here standing by to provide you any information that you need. Relative to the agenda today, I'm going to turn it over here in just a moment. You'll first hear from Dennis Massaros. Dennis is one of our vice presidents who oversees all operations in Boise, Mountain Home, and McCall. He really is an expert in this project, and we'll go over the scope, what we've done today, and more importantly, what's ahead. Then you'll hear from Kristen Losey from Tool, as she'll introduce herself and her team. Tool's been involved working with St. Luke's and the city, really, and the neighborhood associations around the design of the Bannock corridor and the testing, and lots of information to share there and lots of input we received from the committee. And then finally, you'll hear from Jordan Heller. Jordan is deputy counsel at St. Luke's. She also importantly oversees all of our real estate portfolio and holdings. I do want to acknowledge that Jordan's stepping in on behalf of Joanne Butler, who sadly passed away a couple days ago recently. Joanne would want us to be here to talk about this project. I know many of you have worked with Joanne. I think arguably she's the best land use attorney in the state of Idaho. We'll miss her, but we're here in spirit with Joanne. So with that, with Joanne and Mike and family, and with that, I'll turn it over to Dennis.
Madam Mayor, council members. So if we can go to the next slide. Oh, there it is. I can see him right in front of me. Yeah, can everyone hear me? Hey, the goals that I have in terms of walking through the master facility plan is ensuring that the mayor and the council have an understanding of the why we're embarking in this journey. Secondly, review the scope that are tied to guiding principles, specifically reducing patient friction through an integrated design. improving clinical efficiency, workflows, ever more important with the labor issues that we're having, protect a community asset, very specifically looking at some of the services that are unique to this campus, neurosciences, heart and vascular cancer, and the Children's Hospital. But I do want to provide with an overview of what we're talking about. There's a lot of activity down between Bannock and Jefferson and First and Avenue B. So I'll walk through the campus just for an orientation. Better? Awesome. So what you see in front of you, and I'll just start with the legend. You'll see that the work that was completed after the city approved the master facility plan back in 2015, and to date, the spend has been about $260 million. And then you'll see in green the work that is in progress that will be completed about 2029, and that's at a spend of $1.2 billion. And up at the top at 12 o'clock, you'll see the existing tower that's been cobbled together since 1927 through 2001, 10 stories. To the right of that is the South Tower. So those are the buildings that are right on the Bannock corridor. We opened the Bannock corridor in 2019 for multi-use, and Kristen will be talking a little bit about the function of that. We put the cycle track around the campus in 2019, opened shipping and receiving in 2021. Central utility plant and the parking structure with 1,100 additional spaces was also opened in 21. And then I'm just going to go to the 8 o'clock area right now. And you can see in terms of Avenue B, the additional roundabout that was added relative to some of the infrastructure that we had to put in place. And then also in 2019, the Children's Pavilion with the important connector that moves patients and clinicians across Avenue B into the hospital. Back at the bottom of the page, you'll see the medical office building, which is at First and Jefferson, 6 stories to be completed in 2029. The bridge over First Street, 2029, an important connector again from parking to the MOP, the Medical Office Plaza, and then if needed into the main hospital. The main entrance will shift from Bannock to First and State, and then the new North Tower completed in 2029, 9 stories, lower than the existing tower by about 30 feet. So that's the orientation of the overall master plan upon completion. I'll go to the next slide. Just for some macro context, it's important to share that St. Luke's Health System is Idaho's largest private employer with over 15,000 employees. We provide care at hospitals and clinics throughout Idaho and eastern Oregon. The medical center downtown is a tertiary referral hospital and the only children's hospital within the state of Idaho. We have 400 beds. 113 children's beds, and our beds have become often full. Annually, we admit over 21,000 patients, including 2,000 pediatric admissions from all areas of Idaho and beyond for cancer services, cardiac services, and trauma care. We average more than 100 patients per day in the emergency department. And when the pediatric trauma service opened in 2022, we quickly saw an uptick of 9,000 pediatric trauma patients in 2022 alone. And ever more important in light of the bus incident back on August 1st, having the services locally in this community is a critical asset. In addition to providing healthcare services, St. Luke's Health System and the Boise Hospital is an important economic engine within the state of Idaho. The Boise Hospital employs over 3,600 community members at an average wage that is 60% higher than the state's average wage. Next slide, please. Now, talking about demand for care, Idaho is one of the fastest growing states in the country. Within our communities of service, the population is growing fast. By 2034, 18% growth is expected. The population is also aging faster, 37% growth in the 60+ population, the high utilizers of healthcare services. It's a data point, but I think we can all relate to it relative to our personal experiences, commute times, reservations, and the costs we're incurring. Now, concurrent with the population growth, we're also seeing a demand for tertiary or subspecialty care. Those services are unique to the Boise campuses. Neurosciences, thoracic surgery, vascular gynecology, and oncology services, in addition to pediatric, orthopedics, and general surgery, they have each increased by over 20%. Now, within the community, many of these services are not duplicated at other hospitals. So the Boise Hospital's expertise is a core competency for these services. It draws patients from a very broad geographic area. Next slide, please. If you were not aware, Idaho ranks the lowest relative to beds per capita in the country. We're actually sixth lowest. In summary, we have a bed shortage. There's not enough beds for the population in this town. What you see also is a heat map that is up there, and that's a Boise heat map. And just to simplify it, red is not good. Red indicates that our beds are full. In 2022, our occupancy rate exceeded 82%. The bed target for planning, the need for additional beds at 75%. So we're already short the beds that we need to service the community members. If by 28 we don't add additional beds, we'll be running at 92%, and we'll see more patients needing to travel out of town or even out of state for healthcare services. So we are at a point where it's critical to add capacity on our campus. Next slide, please. A lot of detail here, but I'm going to summarize it with a brief orientation. You can see in the middle of the slide where the roundabout is for Reserve and going up Avenue B. You'll see right beneath that is where we have an empty lot where we took down the old central utility plant in addition to HR buildings that were there. And then you'll see a patchwork there of different colors, and that reflects the campus and the campus efforts to the system efforts to increase capacity on that structure from 2021. From 1921 through 2001. We're at a point where we have aging infrastructure where it prohibits growth in place. We have operating rooms that are below grade, often flood. We have ORs that are landlocked, operating rooms that are landlocked. We cannot accommodate the growth that we're seeing. We have inadequate ceiling heights within those operating rooms, so we can't accommodate increased technology such as robotics for minimally invasive surgery. And we have inpatient rooms that are not able to fit needed equipment such as overhead lifts for our staff safety. We also have 72 beds that are no longer meeting code that we have to bring up to code or put them out of service as we look at additional construction activity. In 2001, excuse me, we completed our first phase of the master facility plan, and that's up there in the red, the orange, the blue, and the green. And that is the new central utility plant with updated generators, heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, electrical power, and critical environmental stewardship takeaways. We reduced our utility spend in electricity by 21% per square foot, gas by 26%, and sewer by 31%. We also added the additional parking, shipping, and receiving, and we pulled a lot of the delivery activity off of the main roads and put them off-road onto loading and delivery docks. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a completed campus shaped by years of planning and investment. And just in terms of the view you can see in terms of First Street, State Street, and coming around Fort, if you were to make that left turn. Design principles protect community access to care, ensure patient continuity, reduce friction, and clinical efficiency. We accomplish this through an integrated design that connects physician offices to diagnostic ancillary services, procedural, and inpatient care. During our design sessions, it was a critical physician ask to ensure that there was access that was horizontally connecting patients and care teams. The bridge connects the existing tower to the new tower, similar to what we see in pediatrics. This responds to the community need by adding 80 additional beds. It also adds additional surgical capacity with 7 additional ORs and 2 additional procedural areas. Next slide, please. So our next steps in terms of moving forward, I'll just pause and say this has been an extremely busy year with dozens of clinical teams engaged in design. The size of the rooms, the location of the equipment, we mocked up and did walkthroughs of patient rooms and operating rooms to ensure that we had it right. That was in advance of working through our construction documents. Listed here are the major milestones. The next spend is about $30 million, and that's listed in the make-ready projects. Everything from our floodplain redesignation, because we have an opportunity for a letter of map revision relative to the neighborhood there. We're looking at a move of the ambulance entrance, again, establishing a construction yard for the activity, and then north wing reinforcements. We're going to preserve a 1971's building, and in order to connect the 2 towers, we've got to drop about 70-foot pylons through that top of the building into our infrastructure. And then we'll look at 24 in terms of being the big dig, the mass excavation starts. And then in 25, you'll start to see the skeleton of the building rise. This by no means is a small project. Multiple years that will require working closely with the city, with the neighborhood, with ACHD, as well as with our caregiver teams. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we're committed to a partnership with the city of Boise. Look forward to continuing to provide high-level services to the community here. And I will stand for any questions before I turn it over to Kristen Losi.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. Really detailed presentation. I just wanted to make sure I understood that if with this new build and talking about the numbers of what we're seeing with the growth in Boise, how close will we be in terms of the number of beds to meet the demand? Will we be at that 75% level or will we be higher than that?
It's a great question. You know, our planning horizon was 2034. So that is one challenge that we have. We're bumping up closer to that planning horizon than we thought we would. We have 3 shelled floors, so we'll be able to add additional beds if demand is there. But I think it's important also to share that this is an end strategy. Acute care services is not the only solution to pulling down the demand for inpatient care. So a primary care strategy, remote patient management, offering telehealth, those are all critical strategies that we have to embrace as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, first of all, I want to say sorry to your entire team. I heard the news about Joanne earlier today, and it's heartbreaking. I'm sure you're all hurting, and I do appreciate you all being here and continuing to move forward. When you get to the big dig phase, as you called it, do we anticipate closures on State Street or long-term closures of any roads surrounding St. Luke's?
Madam Mayor, Council President Halliburton, we anticipate using Jefferson in our current are in order to do that dig. So we do not anticipate closing. We will have to close first for parts of the time when we're doing some of the construction over that, but we are not planning on closing State.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Chris.
All right, can you hear me all right? Yes, all right. Madam Mayor and council members, I am pleased to be here with you to share the results of the Bannock corridor testing. And this is what I'm going to cover. Next slide, please. This is what I'm going to cover. I'm going to do a quick introduction, talk about shared street design and the testing summary and results. Next slide.
And also Jessica's happy to do the slides, but there's a little clicker right there.
Oh.
If that's easier for you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Should have said that earlier. Sorry, Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Never mind. It's not working today.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. So Tool Design is a national firm specializing in the design of streets for bicycles and pedestrians. As an urban designer, these are the kind of projects that I specialize in, ones that have a big focus on the user experience. So projects that marry civil engineering with placemaking. I'm also the co-author of the original design guidance for shared streets. This image on the right is the FHWA guide for accessible shared streets. So all that to say, we come with credentials in engineering, planning, and urban design. Next slide. So this is just a quick slide to show that there has been a long history of third-party input on this project. And I put MOU here, but really what I meant was the letter agreement from 2016. So I'm not going to go into this. I just want to demonstrate that there have been numerous organizations and firms that have been involved in the project over time. Next slide. I have been on this project since 2017, so 6 years. And my engagement in the project involvement has been in 3 distinct phases. So the first phase was from 2019. It was a community engagement phase. After that letter agreement, we built consensus about how Bannock could look and function. Following that, I worked on the concept design with the community, with the council. I was involved in the council resolution. Tool Design did the 30% design of the corridor. We turned it over to the land group who did the final design and construction. And then we began the testing, and that was a multi-year effort. So throughout that whole process. There has been engagement all along, and we've been working with the community and the council and the mayor. Next slide. So in 2017, we did 7 listening sessions with the community, as well as a big intensive design charrette. And this is just a quick slide to show you who was involved in the process. Many people have had input from way back in 2017. So this includes electeds, city staff, advocacy groups, and community groups, both neighborhood and citywide. Next slide. So I want to talk just a bit about our approach, shared street design approach to frame up the testing and results. Next slide. So this is a very wonky slide, and I'm not going to go into detail and because for the sake of time, but I just want to emphasize that streets are really designed to balance mobility and access. So on this chart, a street that is really about mobility is a freeway. It's just getting people from A to B. And streets that are really about access may be the street that you live on. It's mostly just homes, and it's really just for people who need to get to those spots. So every street is a balance of mobility and access. And this is really important to this project in the way that Bannock is part of the larger street network for both bicycles and cars and pedestrians. Next slide. So with that mobility versus accessibility, or excuse me, access lens, I want to walk you through some of the corridor context. First, looking at transportation. So there are high comfort bikeways on parallel streets on all the surrounding, on parallel routes to Bannock on all the surrounding streets. And this is a clip of the ACHD bike map, and you can see in blue and green those high comfort streets. For cars, Bannock really functions like an alley. There are actually no destinations for cars on that corridor. People do use it to go back and forth between the parking areas and as in other ways, but it's not a major street. There are other streets surrounding that are much faster and easier and more on that mobility spectrum. And really the street has limited connectivity to the east. It kind of dead ends just past Avenue B at the cemetery. So it's not a huge through street. Next slide. So in terms of access and land use, there are a lot of pedestrian activity generators. That's the transportation term for destinations. And you can see from this diagram we did with on our observations, the green line shows where people walk. The thing about this corridor is that none of the building entries align. So you can see that people do travel back and forth, but they're also going back and forth in this way and that way. And it was really difficult to identify any single crossing mixing zone. So we let it be organic, and that is in keeping with how shared streets are designed and intended to work. I think it's really important to recognize too that this is a really unique setting with vulnerable users. That's what we call people walking and biking. But that term is really even more appropriate here, given the context with the hospital. And finally, the corridor had historically provided open space and gathering areas for both the hospital and the community, and that was a really valued function. Next slide. So for the reasons I just walked you through, we chose a shared street design. They're called pedestrian priority streets. They go by different names. And I pulled a few quotes from some design guidance here to emphasize that these are really streets with high pedestrian volumes, low vehicle volumes, and you're able to either reduce those volumes or discourage those to emphasize the pedestrian priority. And they're really a response to making the street more friendly for people biking and walking. Cars can still go through, but they're part of a mix and pedestrians are the priority. Madam Mayor, I don't recall, but I can get that information to you. Yes, next slide. So this is a screen grab from that shared accessible shared street document that I mentioned that we worked on. Shared streets really work by removing all the segregation between the modes, as it's called. So whether that's curbs, whether that's curbs that create sidewalks, striping, everything is all on one plane. You remove signs, you remove traffic control, and that forces people to interact, to make eye contact and to interact with everyone. It also is very important to indicate to cars that they need to travel slowly through this area, and there are typically gateway treatments. For example, the raised crossings at either end of this corridor or other kinds of traffic calming. So next slide. So we'll move on to the testing summary and results. Next slide. So the council resolution asked us to measure 4 things: the existence, location, and severity of the conflicts between all corridor users, the speed and safety of bicyclists. There was a particular concern about the parking garage entries and what kind of conflicts there might be there, and then the mixing zones. Next slide. So we know that data does not tell the whole story. So we designed a testing methodology that included the typical tools of transportation engineering. So speed and volume data for cars and bikes, and incident reports, collision reports. We also used qualitative data. So we went out and observed the corridor. We used video to see what was going on. But again, even qualitative data doesn't tell the whole story. So we knew that public input would be quite critical. And we developed some comment cards that we used. I'll talk about those in a moment, and a survey. So with these 3 things, that gave us a picture of how the corridor is functioning. Next slide. So we had planned 6 observational visits that were intended to be within a year, and then the 6th one at the 1-year mark. Some things happened between 2019 and now. But we were able to go out and be there in differing weathering conditions, different activity levels. In response to our engagement with ENA, they asked us to extend the testing period, which we did. We ended up extending it even longer than they had requested. They asked us to observe the corridor during outlaw field events, which we did. And then we also did a temporary closure of Jefferson. So we did a lot of different kinds of visits in different conditions. We also worked with the city and Compass to employ count data. And then I mentioned the comment cards. We had those on the corridor while we were out there observing. We had them available on the corridor at other times. They were in the hospital. We collected those, compiled that data, and analyzed it. And then the city of Boise hosted an online survey, and I believe ENA also hosted one. Next slide. All right, so let me catch up with my notes. What did we learn? So we learned that, yes, pedestrians are the major user at almost 80%. At times, there could be thousands of people using the corridor in one day. There's a steady trickle, and then there are big surges as shift changes. Drivers are about 17% of the users, so that's about 500 cars a day. And bikes are at 4%, about 50 users a day. Next slide. So we looked at travel both along the corridor and across the corridor. And I've summarized our points here. You can see that most drivers do move really slowly in the corridor and yield to other users. That may shift over time as people become more comfortable using the corridor and understand how it works better. Bikes volumes are low. Speeds are not a concern. They seem to work quite well in the corridor. And we do know that while speeding is not super prevalent, speeding is always an issue on any street. There are always going to be those outliers who go 80 miles an hour down the street. We haven't encountered that, but there have been some higher speeds, but they do seem to be kind of edging up over time, and that's a concern. And I think a really important point is that when you're walking along the corridor, a car passing you at 12 miles an hour, that can feel really fast because you're right there with the car. There's no separation. So,
do you have any sense of whether or not it's hospital guests, patrons, whoever that are driving through this?
Madam Mayor,
or
that's
if
a
it's
great
True
question.
through traffic.
Yeah, we did not do what they call an origin and destination study to know who the users were. They did appear to be mostly regular folks in cars, very few delivery vehicles. So,
Okay.
yeah, thanks. Next slide. So pedestrians traveling along and across the corridor. This has been an evolution. Despite there being other shared streets in Boise, they all look and feel a little different and operate a little different. So people at first were quite confused and didn't know that they needed to yield to cars. So there was a lot of confusion, a lot of lack of caution. Over time, people have gotten the hang of it and they look out for cars more. But I think there remains some discomfort with that disorganized movement. That's kind of how it's supposed to work. People all need to be cautious. So, and then finally, we know that the gathering spaces are well used, and people from our public comments have mentioned that they really appreciate them. Next slide. So to give you a sense of kind of some of the input that we got, this slide, strangely enough, the agree is on the left and the disagree is on the right, kind of backwards to most surveys. But the top image shows that when we started out, we asked people, was the corridor attractive, welcoming, easy to travel, comfortable, safe? Most people were mostly in the neutral zone to maybe a little bit in disagreement. And 2 years later, that's really shifted toward the agree. There are people still on the fence about the safety, but we're definitely above the neutral zone. So next slide. Just a few quotes from people. I tried to pick a random assortment, but ones that kind of demonstrate that people really are concerned about cars in the corridor. They are not many people are not comfortable with it and concerned about their safety, but a lot of people do appreciate the corridor, especially the gathering spaces. Next slide.
Madam Mayor. I guess just a question about that last quote and then the corresponding slide, I think in front of it. Are most of the safety concerns due to pedestrians concerned about the vehicles? Does that seem to be, a through point?
Madam Mayor, Council President, yes, that is the case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question about what is the history here about why we allow cars there? Could I be brought up to speed on that?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, that is a long history that I'm not sure I can answer that. There was a lot of.
I'm happy to say a couple of things. I was on
Please do,
council when
Madam
this was decided. So there was a lot of discussion about the impact that the closure of Jefferson would have on through traffic. And so as the council looked at, and the mayor at the time looked at options, and we knew that at some point Jefferson would be closed, but Bannock could be open, we asked them to do a study that looked at all uses to see if it would work for a shared street with cars, people on foot, people on bikes, as an alternative for people that, had historically taken Jefferson to get from one side of the East End into downtown. And so that's why you're here, because
Yes.
you did the study with all of the uses at play, so that they could come back to us and share with us how it worked, whether it worked before an easement was granted, which is what's happening today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, so wrapping up, here's how our testing shows the corridor performs in response to the council resolution. So in terms of user conflicts, none have been reported. That may shift over time as vehicles grow more comfortable with the corridor, or maybe traffic patterns change. Right now, it's not a concern. Bicyclist speeds and operations, not a concern. They seem to be meshing well with all users. Conflicts at the parking garage, at the access points, that is a concern. The way the corridor is laid out, drivers enter the corridor right where people exit and enter the parking garage. So as people are transitioning from the regular street to the shared street, they meet at a shift change, a surge of pedestrians coming out. But again, so far, no conflicts, but people need to continue to be aware. And as vehicles, if vehicle speeds increase over time, that could be an issue, but it hasn't been so much right now. And then in terms of the adequacy of the mixing zones, we did not actually design mixing zones because it was too hard to organize people into one space, but it does seem to be working all right. And we do notice that people walk where there's available space. So if there's nobody on the corridor, pedestrians will spread out. If there are other users like a car or bicyclist, pedestrians tend to move aside. So really, and that's kind of true for as people are moving across the corridor. During the shift changes, when there are lots of people just march right through. At other times, they're more aware and slow and observant. So next slide. So in our final analysis, the shared street is working as intended. Tool Design's position is that the land use context here is very unique. It's a really access-oriented street, and the primary users of this corridor are also very unique, being a hospital setting. And we feel really strongly that the corridor should be safe for those primary users, the pedestrians. St. Luke's position is that cars can remain, and we are okay with that as long as speeds are monitored and there may be a need to add some design interventions in terms of additional signage, speed limit signs that would help manage speeds. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm ready for questions.
Any questions for Kristen?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I think I have 3 questions for you. So first, Jefferson's not closed yet. Do we think that that has anything to do with a lower percentage of bicyclists going through, and that might change when Jefferson actually closes, when we were looking at that kind of breakdown on percentages?
Madam Mayor, Council President, we did a simulation, as I mentioned, of Jefferson being closed and did not notice a huge difference. That could be the case. But as I mentioned before, the cycle tracks as well as the streets really provide a more direct, fast route. And this is really just a half a block. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Second question. So maybe it's anecdotal. One of the things that I've heard from people riding bikes, it's the crossing on Broadway or Avenue B that kind of makes it a little weird, where you're like, boom, like a really sharp 90-degree turn. And like, if you're a little kid, maybe you can do it. But that may be, one of the issues as well. Did you get any response, when doing surveys and checking in with folks, if that was an issue that people brought up?
Madam Mayor, Council President, do you mean where Bannock and Avenue B intersect?
Yes.
And that pedestrian crossing island?
Yep, the crossing island.
Yes. That's a tough spot. In an ideal world, that design would look different. But we did not, we were involved we did the design for that little segment of the cycle track between Avenue A and Avenue B, but that segment was not part of our observations. And we did not, to my knowledge, get any comments about that intersection.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in looking into that, because as ACHD does their Bannock study that actually creates, a pathway from Bannock all the way over to like 17th Street, almost all the way over to the penitentiary. There may be some changes there. And I guess my last question, maybe this is for you or maybe from someone from St. Luke's. Is there any benefit for St. Luke's having vehicles actually drive through? I mean, is there like a nice aspect of like, oh, somebody can drop somebody off in front of this place really close? Mm-hmm. Or is it not actually a great benefit to have cars going through?
Mm-hmm. Madam Mayor, Council President, I think that, as I said before, there aren't any destinations on the corridor, and it is easy for cars to drop off like closer to the entries on either end. So there's not a reason. It does provide convenience. You can cut through, but again, it's not fast. You're having to negotiate with other users, so it might be, like sometimes it is convenient to take an alley, but if you're really trying to get somewhere, it's not the best route. If you're trying to get somewhere quickly and efficiently, it's not the best route.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to drive
So
down
that
there
was
in my own
more,
vehicle.
excuse me, that was more factual.
And I guess one of the reasons why I asked that is you're talking about a shared street design and that sort of uncomfortableness or unpredictability, sort of like that's a feature of the design. It causes people to kind of slow down and pay attention. And then just, the counterbalance to that is sure would be nice if people didn't feel uncomfortable and didn't have to, worry about a vehicle going through. And so I guess just in my head, as I'm thinking about, is there a functional purpose for vehicles driving through there for St. Luke's in somebody being able to drop off, where if that wasn't available, that would be a large issue for St. Luke's?
Mhm.
We can, David, come on up for, I need you in the mic so we can get it for the record.
Madam Mayor and Council President Halliburton, there's really no needed use for vehicle traffic. There's other ways, and again, I guess because a patient taking my kid to the emergency department, I wouldn't have used Bannock. I use Avenue B and come that way. So there's no drop off area there. Most of the pedestrian activity you see, you have individuals that are going from the hospital into the South Tower for meetings, or you have patients that are going into the South Tower for clinic appointments. You don't typically see patient drop off because it's not a convenient location. Typically, patients will use the parking garage. You don't typically see your Grubhub staff often use the emergency area for the Grubhub and the deliveries. So in an ideal world, there wouldn't be those cars. It would be just a mixing area for cyclists and pedestrians. I think it's a concession that was made.
That's helpful. And, there might be follow-up, but I'll leave it open to someone else. We got a limited amount of time, but thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a comment? I didn't know this was a contentious issue in the past, and I didn't know the city had anything to do with it. Right in the kind of the corner there, before you go into the hospital, off to the left is the pediatric cancer treatment. My son gets treatments there every other month, and last treatment, my wife and I were holding his hand walking, and a car came out right in front of us right before we were getting ready to go in. And it was surprising to me because I didn't know we let cars through there, and I didn't expect a car to come from there. And I imagine there are other families that feel the same way. I think about all the times that I go to the hospital. It's usually for his treatments when he's hospitalized, or when my wife had a baby. Those are times when I'm not going to be looking for cars. So I don't know the history of this business as well as others. I'm just speaking from personal experience. I don't want to see cars there. So don't know what that will take, but just want to share that.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Thank you.
I mean, it's crazy to think that this has now been 5 years since you started the study. And given all that we have all gone through, it makes sense, of course, but it's great to have you back and to see this, and really appreciate all the attention that you and your firm put into this, as well as St. Luke's put into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jordan Heller.
Jordan, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I appreciate the chance to be in front of you today to speak about the easement itself, and I'll provide some context for that easement to fold on to the information that Dennis and Kristen and Chris shared as well. The easement, as we've discussed, is to allow public movement through Bannock, which runs in front of what is currently the front door of St. Luke's Boise Hospital. And this follows a plan that we set back in 2015 through a public process. I want to take a moment just to situate us in that master plan. The 2015 master plan contemplates 4 phases of construction for this investment in our community. The first phase is the Children's Hospital, or Children's Pavilion, as we call it. Next is the central plant and shipping and receiving, really the infrastructure to power this new, more modern hospital. The third phase is the hospital and the renderings that Dennis shared, the new, more modern facility and that north tower. And then finally, the fourth phase is renovations of our existing facility. So within the context of this plan that we set in 2015, the plan itself contemplates that to move from phase 2 to phase 3 is in order to build over Jefferson. In exchange, St. Luke's will grant this public access easement. And I want to try to answer a few council questions in the process here. This 2015 plan does contemplate, I'll just read from the plan itself. The corridor may be also designed to allow automobile access if deemed appropriate by the city of Boise. So that's certainly a decision that we've reached through years of public engagement and process that we'll speak a little bit about, and something that St. Luke certainly wants to defer to our agreements and the plan that we've laid out together. Next slide, please. So just to recap that plan and those agreements, the 2015 master plan really lays out this concept of a shared space, mobility, and the concept that St. Luke's will grant an easement and that St. Luke's and city staff will together propose this easement to the city. And we are grateful for the chance to have worked together with city staff to make that proposed easement that we are submitting today. This plan is then reiterated in our 2016 letter agreement, which further outlines the aspects of the easement. The shared space itself was developed through those series of multiple public meetings, public input, community input, input of experts to develop and design this shared space throughout that 2017 to 2019 period, and then subjected to a documented testing protocol reviewed through the public process as well, that the city approved in 2019. Then it was applied. And so for this period, and we've had the chance to test this for an even longer period than we initially intended, but appreciate, as Kristen laid out, the work that Tool has done to apply those rigorous testing protocols to the corridor to assess its use, and have taken the input that Tool Design has shared with St. Luke's about how the corridor could be improved, particularly given the multimodal use of transport. So that's all gone into the easement that we're presenting today, and that incorporates that feedback and follows that plan. Next slide, please. The easement that we're presenting today is in response to, again, the plan as adopted in council resolution, city's resolution 28419, which contemplated that St. Luke's and the city staff would propose to mayor and council an easement and the final configuration for the corridor and the location of this 28-foot wide easement. I want to note that we are making some changes in light of the feedback from Tool. There had not been the posted speed limit in the service of encouraging all users to be aware of other users and for no one user to have priority over another. But we did understand the feedback from Tool that notwithstanding their preference or I guess question to say there's not necessarily a reason for there to be cars in the corridor, but if the city determines that that's appropriate, and if we decide to proceed with that, here are the ways that that can be done safely. And so we've taken that feedback from Tool to add posted speed limits to keep those speeds lower, and also to increase the signage for awareness that this is a shared space for all users. And those have not all of those improvements were present during all of the testing. That's part of what's come out of the testing that we've added and are in the process of adding. Next slide, please. The easement itself runs across approximately 2-block span of Bannock. And it's depicted here. It's 28 feet wide for the length of those 2 blocks. And then for the portion that's between First Street, the whole easement runs from First Street to Avenue B. But for the portion between First Street and what was previously Avenue A, that's where the shared space is. And that's a 10-foot wide portion specifically documented in the easement to designate that as shared use. This easement provides that and preserves that access in perpetuity under this easement, but St. Luke's maintains responsibility for maintaining the area, paying for snow removal and maintenance and so forth. And the easement also requires St. Luke's to do that with materials that are in keeping with the documented configuration in this easement and of like materials or as good quality materials. So it really preserves that space. And I think the intent that arose from the public process in this document. The next slide, please. The easement also contains this rendering or incorporates this rendering that shows the various aspects of design meant to accommodate this multimodal use and also make really, I think, a beautiful space for our community and the many types of visitors who come to the hospital. This easement, as we've discussed, it's the next step in St. Luke's investment in modernizing our hospital and really investing in this connected facility for the benefit of our community. And that's what we are together with city staff presenting to council today. And Madam Mayor, with that, I stand for any questions.
Thanks, Jordan.
It's going to give everyone else a chance to go first. So I do have some questions for you. So with this, with these proposed corridor improvements, is there a significant cost that's being invested into this, or is it sort of maintaining what it is right about now with the addition, I think it sounds like, of some signs, or is there actually a fair amount of construction that's going on to get it to this proposed easement design?
St. Luke's has invested significant dollars in achieving the corridor that is there today. It's built, and so there'll be ongoing maintenance to maintain that space and its condition. But the investment to build it has already been made. Yes.
So I think there, and so other than maybe some additions to some signs or some slight traffic calming measures to, I think, reduce the speeds, there's not an additional large amount of investment other than just the maintenance of the space.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jordan. Do you have a sense of what the signage might look like? I think to our prior comments, maybe about still concerns around safety. Is it signage that will kind of dampen the amount of traffic or drivers that will go through, or is it really more about awareness to pedestrians that there might be drivers going through? I'm just curious what that might look like.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haney Keith. The signage that we have right now includes photographic or sort of stick figure renderings of bicycle, cars, pedestrian, wheelchair users on a sign that's posted both on both sides of the shared use portion of that corridor. So on First Street and on the Avenue A side. And in light of the feedback today, I think there's an opportunity to consider more places for signage, given that there isn't just one or two entrances, and the signs really are directed to cars right now. But I think there's an opportunity to consider additional ways of awareness. The intent is not to discourage any particular mode of transit per se, although I do think any user for the space is, we want them to come sort of aware of other users and respectful of other users. And if someone's in a great hurry, that's probably not the space for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so you're going to give the easement, and then there's going to be, I assume, more conversations about how the space is used. I guess what I'm asking is, lurking in the room right now is this should cars be there question. And I guess I don't understand, does it matter right now? You're going to give us the easement, and then I assume the city in the future could make some decisions about who's going to be there. So that it's obviously an issue, but do we need to tackle that to think about what you need in terms of what easement to give us?
Madam Mayor, Council President Pro Tem Badgett, that you're correct. So we can move forward with the easement as drafted. The easement contemplates that the parties, through the appropriate process, can evaluate the corridor. And if that's a decision, certainly based on input from the city, we can certainly evaluate that. But we would ask to move forward with the easement so that we can continue that construction on our hospital. Thank you.
Thank you.
But you'd prefer to have it move forward as written and then the city to evaluate once with you as we're in the process, moving like beyond tonight.
Before I respond, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn around and validate that,
Great.
yes, we would.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I might just make one comment here. One, I appreciate your willingness to explore leaving the corridor open to traffic, and you working with the East End Neighborhood Association, all the parties involved to explore all options and see what's going to work for folks. Right now, ACHD is in the middle of doing the Bannock Street neighborhood concept, and it actually extends from 27th Street, like all the way down almost to Old Penitentiary Road. And they're taking input on it right now, all the way until the end, I think, of 2023, with plans on what that whole corridor is going to look like. And so, my personal opinion is now is a good time to proceed as planned with the easement, but for staff to be evaluating as this larger Bannock Street neighborhood concept is explored, how that might change that street in the future. And hopefully St. Luke's, is there. And I think it's outlined in the easement to be a partner in making sure that that works. But if there's no reason to make a decision that's different now, if there's a larger plan that's happening, and those should really be part, I think, of the same plan.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I agree completely. I would just add that as staff is preparing things, the marching orders would be persuade me why cars should be there. We can have that conversation later, but I'm not, we talk about this all the time, like these mixed pedestrian, the numbers just don't support a need for vehicles to be moving through that place. But you can see how much work has gone into this. I know there are stakeholders who are not here in the room. There's no reason to rock the boat on getting your easement done so that you can continue construction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that's it. I want to thank you all for coming in, and great review of where we've been. Appreciate all the work that's gone into the development of the corridor as it is and as it's been the last several years. And then the easement agreements that you worked on with staff. Really appreciate it. And it's good to see you all here tonight. Thanks for being here. And with that, we'll go ahead and recess until 6 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
So 1.5 of these 1.5 and I think oh my gosh, you have a lot of feelings. Yeah, I think there's a part of me that was like, well, maybe something for him, and I was like, oh, I think I'm working the vacation because it's supposed to be significant. Sure. I like freaked out. We were supposed to have we were supposed to go camping this weekend, and I was like, no, we can't go. He needs you underwear. Yeah. Like everything like it revolved around. I had to do this like 2-minute thing on Amazon, and then I was like, oh, okay. He can start now.
That's right.
So we
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And this is the first, like I graduated grad school, I have
Yep.
that on like a school calendar. Like we're entering into it. My husband will be like, this is a good job, because like now we're going to schedule for the next 20 years. And he's like, I also want to go to the dentist and get some new shoes and like, oh yeah, get my hair done. Like that seasonal like passage to mark the year.
Yeah, okay. I think the board meeting will be 2 weeks from.
I just like skipped over that
Usually
like
the
middle school. Like,
In the summer, it's usually.
no, I think.
Yeah, sometimes.
On that exhibit, language.
It's interesting.
Numbers.
I forgot to ask her.
Congratulations on the shared
So
accessible streets.
I could. Very. Background.
Yes, and it was
Hardly knew who they were.
That you fumble through the motion. That's when you were in charge.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome. We will start our meeting with an invocation, which we observe by a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Agent,
Here.
Halliburton,
Here.
Jeannie Keith,
Here.
Ash. Willetts.
Here.
All present.
All right, and now we have minutes from July 18th for approval.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the city council minutes on the work session and regular evening session of July 18th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk?
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Jeannie Keith,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Willetts.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And now we will move into some special business, and a special business indeed. Gosh, it was just a month ago that council member Wooding stepped down, Holly Wooding stepped down and has moved to DC. And so tonight we have an appointment to fill her seat, and I'm proposing that we appoint Meredith Stead to fill the seat that is currently District 5. And before I move it over to you all, I'd just like to thank the applicants that did apply for the position. And it's always wonderful to talk with Boiseans about why they want to serve, what they care about most, and why it is that they're called to be involved in our community. And in those conversations, though, I must say that Meredith really rose to the top. I would say Meredith follows the tradition that Boise has often had of someone having volunteered on commissions and then being interested in city council and serving in a different way. And with the experience that Meredith has had, particularly in the last couple of years on the Planning and Zoning Commission, some as chair, and the issues that she's weighed, gave her so much experience that I believe this council really needs, that this city really needs. And it's an honor to put forth her nomination tonight to fill Holly Wooding's seat.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the appointment of Meredith Stead to District 5 City Council seat.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I just want to say welcome. I think sometimes people don't realize this, but our planning and zoning commission are some of the hardest workers in all of Boise. They do amazing contributions for our city. They do it tirelessly. They do it thanklessly. And up here on city council, oftentimes what we find ourselves doing is reading through their transcripts, trying to figure out, what may help them make the motions that they did. I've spent the last 4 years up here reading a lot of the things that Meredith, future council member, talked about during those planning and zoning commissions, and it was helpful for my job. It helped move so many important projects forward. Some of the most challenging projects that we've faced, you saw it first, and so it feels like we've been on the same team for a while now. But I'm really, really excited to have you up here. I think you're the perfect person for the seat. We need somebody who can hit the ground running and who's shown that they, tremendously care about this community and this community's future. The other thing I think is just great is that, when we were running for city council, we had no idea what we were in for the last 4 years. And now you know exactly what you've got in for. You've been on planning and zoning. You've seen how hard these last 4 years, and you're still willing to jump in and dive in and solve some of these big problems and face some of these big challenges. I think that's so courageous. And I'm just so excited to have that courage up here behind the dais.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, yes, soon to be Councilmember Stead. I hope. I'm really looking forward to voting to confirm you. Meredith has been a friend of mine, a confidant, a source of wisdom, somebody that I can call and ask for advice for the last 4 years. And then I go read her work on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I see how diligent and thorough and careful she's been there. We need that so badly up here. We're looking forward to sucking all of that value out of you and making the city of Boise an even better place than it is. I can't wait for you to join me as my colleague.
All right. And with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Agent,
Yes.
Burton,
Yes.
Haney Keith,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Congratulations. So now, come on up. So I'm actually going to come on. I'm going to come down and I'm going to swear you in. Oh, don't come all the way up yet. I think I'll swear you in down here. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, I'll swear you in down here. And then after that, and then the next order of business is the special present for becoming a member of the city council, and that is putting you on the CID board, which is why I'll come down and swear you in now and ask you to join us, because then the next item of special business, we actually need you up here. So. I don't know if that's really a real thing or not. Okay, so we repeat after me. I, Meredith Stead.
I, Meredith Stead,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I'll support the Constitution of the United States,
that I'll support the Constitution
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
and that I'll faithfully discharge the duties of District 5 Counselor
and I'll faithfully discharge the duties of District 5 Counselor
of the City of Boise
of the City of Boise
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my
So, just before you head up here, I have a pen.
I can bring my stuff up now.
Oh, yep, there you go. Meredith, you are welcome to Take the mic when you're ready.
Hello. Yeah, this is pretty exciting moment for me. I have it's in my soul to serve, and I found a lot of different ways to do that over the years, and this is definitely the next step for me. So I'm going to do it to the best of my ability, and as I have been told, some good advice was do the right thing and have fun. So I'm going to do that as best I can. Thank you. Thank you all for the kind words and the welcoming. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you and welcome. And now the real business. I would like to appoint Meredith Stead to the Harris Ranch Community Infrastructure District Board.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that we appoint Council Member Stead to the Harris Ranch Community Infrastructure District Board.
Without objection. All right, thank you. And just for the public to understand, the person that sits in this seat on the city council is expected to be a member of the CID board because Harris Ranch falls within the district. And that was one of the many reasons that I selected Councilmember Stead for the position because of the experience she brought and the need that this person jump right into the business of the CID, which will be meeting shortly. So thanks so much for taking that on as well. And now I would like to propose that the appointment of Kelly Lamb to the Electrical Code Board for a 4-year term ending 2027.
Madam Mayor, I ask for unanimous consent for the appointment of Kelly Lamp to the Electrical Code Board for a 4-year term ending in August 2027.
Without objection. Is Kelly here? Oh, gosh. So sorry. Come on up. Or you don't have to. I didn't, sorry.
Never get an opportunity to turn out a pulpit.
Okay, good. You're welcome. Thank you so much for your service. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. I waved to you and then I didn't even, sorry about that. But you're welcome to say a couple words since you're here.
I just really appreciate the opportunity to serve in a volunteer position for the Boise Electrical Code Board. 28 years, electrical work is my passion, my hobby, my career, and served a lot of facets in this industry. And for the last 2 code cycles, I've been on the development of the National Electrical Code. And hopefully next week I'll be appointed as chair of one of those code boards with the National Electrical Code. Just looking to bring some common sense and practical application to the folks of the city of Boise.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate your willingness to serve.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Kelly, I just want to say thank you for serving in this volunteer capacity. I think that our boards and our commissions and our volunteers that jump on there with such high level of expertise, it's just so important to the city. Read through your resume and I was just astounded, with all the work that you've done, obviously very qualified for the position and just going to be a great strength to the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to head on out and enjoy your evening if you'd like. We won't take it personally. And now we've got the reappointment of Ashley Malloy to the Historic Preservation Commission for a 3-year term ending August 2026.
Madam Mayor, ask for unanimous consent for the reappointment of Ashley, is it Molay? Yes?
Malloy.
Yeah, Malloy, to the Historic Preservation Commission for a 3-year term.
Without objection. Ashley, if you'd like to say a couple words, you're welcome to. Really appreciate your service and your willingness to do this again. Sorry, I didn't see you back there.
Sorry, I was hiding. I just like to, I appreciate serving on this commission, and I think historic preservation is really important to our city and our sustainability goals and economic development and our character and identity of the city. So I'm happy to help with furthering that for another 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Ashley,
Yeah.
so you served for 3 years already. This is your second 3-year term?
Yes.
6 years. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, thank you both. And thanks to all the volunteers on our different commissions. It helps the city run well. We've got the consent agenda now. All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There's no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the very large consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, clerk, will you call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Stead,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Now we are moving into ordinances. We've got several, it looks like 2 on first reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the first reading be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD 29-23, an ordinance entitled the Annual Appropriation Ordinance for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023. Appropriating $1,172,107,394 deemed necessary to defray all expenses and liabilities of the city of Boise City, Idaho for said fiscal year. Specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriations is made, repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, authorizing a levy of a sufficient tax upon the taxable property and providing an effective date. ORD 34-23, an ordinance amending Boise City Code Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2-2-1 to delete unused definitions, to add additional definitions for clarification in the new deferral type, and amending other definitions. Amending Boise City Code Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2-5-1 by striking some portion and adding additional language to clarify the requirements and exceptions for individual sewer connections. Amending Boise City Code Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2-7-2 to add clarifying language for hardship discount. Amending Boise City Code Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2-8 to provide general procedures for all deferral types, to add disqualifications for sewer connection fee deferrals, to renumber the subsections for deferral types, to amend provisions for certain deferral types, and to add a deferral of connection fees for affordable housing projects. Approving a summary of the ordinance and providing an effective date.
Thank you. We've got 1 on second reading.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the second reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the third reading calendar.
Without objection.
ORD 28-23, an ordinance amending Title 9, Chapter 2 of Boise City Code. This amendment updates the development impact fees per service unit and related schedule of development impact fees and providing an effective date of October 1, 2023.
Thank you. So now we will move into new business. We've got a purchasing brief. Resolution 42223. Hi there, Missy. How are you?
Hi, Mayor.
And we have Stephanie's here, but is Missy doing the presentation? Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor, members of council. My name is Missy Grothaus. I'm the purchasing manager for the city. I'm here today to request an award decision for RFQ 2023-041 Old Boise Blocks Water Wheel Barrier Public Art Project for the Department of Arts and History. We received local applications in this call. However, none of those applications were ranked as the highest. I'm here to stand for any questions you may have in regard to the process, and we have Stephanie Johnson and Jennifer Stevens from the Department of Arts and History to address any project-specific questions. If you do not have any questions, then I thank you for your time today, and I respectfully request an award decision.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor, I've got a couple questions. So I've got the memo here and kind of the outline. I don't see a recommendation from staff for a particular person, and I'm just kind of curious how the process works when we do have an outside applicant with a high ranking, but also a lot of local applicants who also have high rankings as well. What's the process there?
So the process is generally, we show you the scores that the evaluation team has come up with so that you can make the award decision. In this case, the evaluation committee came up with a firm called Zocate Sculpture LLC as the #1 ranked artist for this call.
So I guess my question then would be like, is it the recommendation that we take the highest ranked artists, even if they're outside the local area? Is there anything that prevents us from going to 84 or to the next one down?
No, nothing prevents you. The artist panel and evaluation committee would probably request that you award to the highest ranked, as they've gone through an extensive proposal process, and they've interviewed and
evaluated. So they've taken a lot of time of these 7 evaluators time to come up with the top ranked.
Thank you. And then Madam Mayor, I guess the last question then just being, so when we see a 90 and when we see an 84, and as a council member who doesn't necessarily know like how big of a difference is that a significant difference between your top ranked and your second ranked?
I wouldn't be able to speak to necessarily the division there. Stephanie, would you feel comfortable describing? Or Jennifer?
And perhaps also you could, if you're gonna, one of you is gonna come up here and answer that question, you could also walk through the panel, the committee that reviewed this for some more information. Is it Stephanie, you coming up? Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Council, the committee that scored each of the applications included Councilmember Latonia Haney-Keith and members of the community and representatives from CCDC and our Arts and History Commission. And the scoring was based on the criteria that was laid out in the RFQ. And then I don't have the exact ranking for how each of the pieces of criteria that the scores were, to be able to say why there was or what that means that the top scorer versus the second one. So they were based on artistic quality, ability to follow through, inclusion of historical themes of the old Boise Blocks neighborhood, the contribution to the unique identity of C.W. Moore Park, vision for C.W. Moore Park in the greater Old Boise Blocks area, and material and methodological feasibility and expansion of collection. So during the scoring process, there was extensive discussion around the responses that the applicants were asked to respond to, and each of these scoring criteria were the rubric that we used. So the highest ranking applicant had the best answer and vision for their application in the project.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment that I think the process that was implemented was incredibly extensive and thorough. And I think all of the individuals that served on this selection committee worked really hard and diligently in order to determine and to fairly score all of the applicants. And so, though I know we all care a lot about ensuring that we have local artists here, it does seem to me, based on what I was a part of this process, that this was fairly scored and that we should award to the highest score here. And so with that, I would like to move that RFQ 2023-041 be awarded to, and hopefully I'm saying this correctly because I only read it and didn't get to hear it, but Zocates Sculpture LLC. Zokites, thank you. Zokites Sculpture LLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Just one thing I think that might be helpful. I would love to have a recommendation from the staff in some of the future memos. I think this came up on another past project where it was kind of before us, and we want to make the right decision up here. And it's really helpful when we have a council member who's involved in the process. But I'm always welcome to recommendations from staff who've been really involved to kind of give that direction. So appreciate the extra information and excited that we got this awarded.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to
Madam Mayor,
move.
did we vote?
Oh, gosh, so no, we didn't. Sorry. Clerk?
Agent
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Haney-Keith,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. All right, now we will move into the public hearing portion of our evening. We've got quite a few public hearings listed. We'll take a break every hour or so. Some of these are shorter than the others, but we are starting tonight with the public hearing on proposed renter protection ordinances. I believe there's Nikki. We'll have Nikki Hellenkamp from my office, the mayor's office, housing advisor, present the ordinance. And then from there, I've got some people that signed up in advance, others that signed up in person. I'll work through those lists. And then if I haven't called you, but you're here to testify, just raise your hand and I'll have you kind of get up on deck and then we'll go through folks sharing their testimony. So with that, Nikki, welcome.
Thanks very much, Mayor, council members. Pleasure to be here with you tonight. Nikki Hellenkamp. with you for a public hearing on the package of tenant protections before you for consideration. As you know, these draft ordinances are the result of conversations we've had with the broader community and with key stakeholders, including both landlord and tenant groups. We've really worked to balance the perspectives of both groups and to seek a measured approach that would improve housing stability and access in our community without creating undue burden on housing providers. And I'm going to do just a brief overview for folks who may not have been following super closely, and then we can move into the public hearing. And I'm so pleased that you can see my slides. So these are the 4 protections before council, which would prohibit retaliatory conduct, require that landlords provide renters with a notice of rights and responsibilities, prohibit source of income discrimination, and ensure full security deposit return when tenants are being displaced as a result of demolition or substantial renovation. For anyone who might be following along with the ordinance drafts, I just want to clarify that we're talking about these 4 separate protections. 3 of them are included within a new chapter within Title V. So that's Title V, Chapter 17. The source of income discrimination prohibition is included as an amendment to the existing anti-discrimination ordinance in Title V, Chapter 15. So that's why you have 2 ordinances in front of you, but 4 protections being discussed. Hopefully that is clear. These are the same protections that we've been discussing throughout this process, but again, we'll do a brief overview of each. So first off here, we have prohibiting retaliatory conduct with the goal that renters are able to request repairs and raise safety concerns without fear of retaliation. It establishes that renters are able to do the actions that are listed here without concern of retaliation from their housing provider, with potential retaliatory actions enumerated there. Again, this is taken largely from state code and is meant to expand protections that currently exist for residents of mobile home communities to renters in general. The next is a notice of landlord and tenant responsibilities. The goal here being that all parties know their rights and responsibilities when entering into a landlord-tenant relationship. It requires that landlords provide new tenants with a notice of rights and responsibilities. That notice is a document created, maintained, and made available online by the city. The landlord would provide a URL link to the tenant or provide a printed version upon request. This is a concise document, including information about the rights and responsibilities of both landlords and tenants under city and state law. It may include other resources. So not intended to be duplicative of the lease, but intended to be a separate document that provides information about rights and responsibilities under local and state law.
Madam Mayor.
Oh.
Yes.
Before we move on from that one, Nikki, can you talk a little bit about the ability for that to be available in multiple language, and if that's an ability?
Mayor, Council President Halliburton, thank you. Yes, absolutely. So that's one of the requests that we heard broadly from community members on this, was that this be provided in multiple languages. And one of the advantages of it being provided by the city is that we're able to use our translation services to provide it in multiple languages. So that's something we're very much planning if council decides to move forward with this. Okay. Next is prohibiting source of income discrimination. The goal here being that an applicant who meets a landlord's rental criteria can secure housing regardless of their source of income. This would define source of income as any lawful, verifiable source of income, including child support, savings, public or private subsidy, veterans benefits. It does not prohibit the use of other screening criteria by a landlord. A landlord could continue to screen based on whatever lawful criteria they desire. It also doesn't prevent a landlord from evicting a tenant who does not pay rent or otherwise violates the lease agreement. That's a question that we got. And it doesn't restrict a landlord's ability to set rents at the level that they want to set them at. So happy to answer questions as we go along here too.
Hi, Nikki, can you talk a little bit about how, sorry, Madam Mayor, moving forward, a little bit about how this intersects with Section 8?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haney Keith. Yes, so Section 8 is an example of a public subsidy. It's one of many. There are also lots of folks in our community who use VASH vouchers, which are vouchers specific to veterans, or who might use other types of public or private subsidy. Section 8 is the one that I would say a lot of people are familiar with because it's a federal program that's been around for a long time, but it would be included as one of the protected sources of income, given that it is lawful and verifiable income.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Nikki, could you walk us through what that looks like if someone who is on public assistance goes to rent and how the payment works?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, I'll do my best, and I might look over at Deanna and Jillian from the Housing Authority here to give me a signal if I start saying things that are not correct, in which case I would invite you to come up and fix my errors. So when someone with a Section 8 voucher, which is what they're commonly referred to, also known as a housing choice voucher, is going out on the market, they're essentially holding that voucher and going shopping just like you would for, without a voucher for a unit. They're looking for a place that they can qualify for. That voucher provides additional income to help them qualify to rent a place, right? And so if I have a voucher that's adding $1,000 a month to my income and I'm trying to rent somewhere that is far beyond my means, even with that voucher, then I'm not going to qualify because there's going to be some kind of requirement that says you need to make 3 times the rent. You need to make, right? There's screening in place to make sure that whatever my sources of income are, I'm going to be able to afford the home that I'm trying to rent. So I go with my voucher and I look for somewhere that I can pass the credit check and I can pass, whatever the requirements are. And if with all of my sources of income combined, if I can meet that income to rent ratio, then I would apply and say, I think that I meet all your screening criteria and I'd like to apply. Does that answer your question, or were there additional pieces there I missed?
So how does the rent get paid? Is it through does the federal government issue the check? How does that work?
Mayor, council member, so the payment, the voucher portion of the payment comes through our local housing authority. Thank you for the nod, Jillian. Comes through our local housing authority. There is usually also a tenant portion. So the payment is split between the two. So some of it's coming from our local housing authority and some of it's coming from the tenant themselves.
Right.
Okay. And our last one here relates to full security deposit return, with the goal being that renters can rely on the full return of their security deposit when they're being displaced due to demolition or substantial rehab. This establishes a rebuttable presumption that security deposits will be returned in full in these types of situations, with the idea being that if you're going to be demolishing a building, at minimum, renters should be able to rely on that full return of security deposit so that they can make plans for what they're going to do and where they're going to go. And know that they're not then going to be negotiating over whether there was more than usual wear and tear on the carpets when the building is going to be demolished. The carpets are all going away anyway. So that is the idea there. In terms of enforcement, this is just a reminder slide since we get lots of questions about this. Our existing residential rental application fee ordinance is enforced through city code compliance, which is how this is also contemplated to be enforced. Violations would be reported to code compliance, who would then investigate, educate, and provide the opportunity to come into compliance. That's always their first move. And then after that information has been shared and someone has been given the information they need to comply, if they fail to come into compliance, that could result in an infraction with multiple flagrant refusals to comply, potentially resulting in a misdemeanor. And that's standard across code compliance, the way that they operate in general. So I did want to highlight just a couple of ordinance updates. The draft ordinances in front of you, some of the differences from the last time you saw them. We had a question from you last time about the applicability of the source of income protections to ADUs. As written, my understanding from legal is that the protections would apply to ADUs that are detached from the primary residence, so a backyard cottage, for example, but would not apply to attached ADUs. For example, a basement unit that's being rented separately and in which the homeowner occupies the attached unit. So it would apply, the protection would apply for a detached ADU. There was also a question about religious exemption, and you'll see the update there made to differentiate the religious exemptions for in the existing ordinance related to gender identity and sexual orientation from the source of income piece. Did you have a question about the?
Madam Mayor, I do. Yeah, thanks on the ADUs. I was the person who brought that up in the last work session. And my question there was, can we make it just not apply to ADUs, period? And then what I just heard is it would apply to ADUs that are detached, but not ADUs that are built. Why?
Madam Mayor, council member, that is a question for our fine team in legal that I am not even going to
But then that's
attempt.
the perfect answer. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll follow up on that, but I'll
Okay.
be, if they're watching, I'll be curious to understand why.
Okay, great. You'll also see that small business income has been added to the illustrative list of types of lawful verifiable income, which is also something you brought up last time. We also had some conversation around gift income. After some discussion, we've retained this language in part because the requirement that income be verifiable would allow a landlord to require documentation of the history and predictable nature of the gift to ensure that it was not temporary, non-recurring, or sporadic, as in the $5,000 gift from a stranger that you mentioned last time, Councilmember Bajan. So allowing for some differentiation here between a situation like that and one in which, for example, an adult with a disability is receiving ongoing financial support from a parent or a sibling. So again, that piece around temporary, non-recurring, sporadic being a differentiation. You'll also see the inclusion of a January 1st effective date, as we discussed last time, which is being proposed to provide time for education efforts. And we also have an exception added here for employer supported or sponsored housing. The reason for this exception is that we do have some employers who are looking for ways to support or sponsor housing specifically for their own workforce. An example is the work that the St. Luke's Foundation has done in the Wood River Valley to support housing for St. Luke's employees there. As previously written, this ordinance wouldn't have allowed for this type of development, which would screen applicants based on their employer, which is their source of income, right? So the exception that we've added is meant to allow those in our community who are working toward housing solutions for their workforce to continue to have that option available to them. And finally, you'll see the addition of language that would require that a landlord print the notice of rights and responsibilities upon request of the tenant, which is something we heard from you all last time as well. As we discussed previously, the city can also work to make this document widely available, both in print at city locations and digitally. And that is all the changes that I wanted to highlight.
Madam Mayor, were there any discussions since last time you were here, and this is like the third time, so I appreciate you keep coming, about whether and to what extent, particularly income discrimination should apply to very small landlords, maybe 1 unit, 2 unit, as opposed to what I think I called last time, the corporate mega landlords, where they have hundreds or thousands. Did you guys dig into that and make any decisions about that?
Mayor, council member, yes, we did have some additional conversation about this. One of the challenges here is that it's actually very hard to tell who's a small landlord and who's not, because as you have individual LLCs for each property potentially, it can appear that somebody has one property when in fact they have 10, 20, 50. I mean, there really is not an easy way to differentiate who's small and who's not. And so in the ordinance that's in front of you, we did not attempt to make that differentiation for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just some process questions for tonight. There's not language that's written that would allow us to read either of these ordinances this evening. So I guess for council, we would either be making changes and asking those to be on a future calendar date when those changes are made, or potentially, not moving anything forward, but there would be no reading of any ordinances tonight because there's still language work that might need to be done if there are changes. Is that correct?
Mayor, council member, that's my understanding. Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
So I actually had a similar question to Councilmember Bajent, but so to dig into that a little bit more on the unit count, could it be, was there consideration on unit count in that building? So if it's more than 4 units, something like that, if it's less than four units, you know, instead of looking at their entire portfolio, because I understand that the voucher process can be quite arduous. And if somebody has one ADU they rent, that could be, you know, it's not their full-time job, that could be prohibitive of that. But curious to see if that had been part of the consideration.
Mayor, council member, that has been something that we've discussed. I think we ran into a similar issue around if you are a landlord who owns, you know, 50 single family residences, you'll show up in the same way as somebody who owns one. And that's certainly a decision for council in terms of weighing those considerations, but that's the reason it's not in the draft.
Thank you, Nikki.
All right, thank you, Nikki. So we'll go ahead and start the public hearing. As I mentioned, I'm going to start with folks that signed up in advance. You're on my council agenda, and then I'll go into the lists. First, we have Joe Evans. And then after Joe, Ali Robbie. I'm sorry, I have glasses on. I can't see faces. Ali's not here. If Ali's online, please let us know. Kristen Pooley will be after Ali. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Joe Evans. Current residence is transient. I was actually at one of the events here with Jimmy Halliburton and our council member Halliburton and discussing some of these options. And they've come a long way. I feel that a lot of these options see potential. Ultimately, one of the problems we have, though, is with regards to working soon to be homeless, is a lot of the services that allow for counsel, for triage for the homeless in cases like Ali Robbie's experience with Jesse Tree and several of the other organizations that help with homelessness and preventing it, as well as restoring people to housed environments. They are not conveniently timed. They are not conveniently placed. They're not always easy to find. Jesse Tree's back on behind one of the corners unless you actually know where these places are to seek help. So I think one of the things I'd like to see on the education side of this over the next period of time is money spent making sure that these locations, things like the Boise School self-help manual is made available to individuals as well, so they know where to find these services at to help make sure that the tenant rights are indeed enforced, are indeed agreed upon, and that counseling is made available for those who are about to be homeless or those who already are. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Ali Robbie. Okay, great. Ali's online. Welcome.
Hey, I'm Ali Robbie. I'm a resident of Garden City, but I work in Boise for Jesse Tree. I'm the executive director. A nonprofit is focused on preventing eviction and homelessness. I'm here to speak in favor of all of these protections. As many of you probably already know, these 4 things are not a fix-all. And in fact, I believe they're pretty soft touch, reasonable and practical interventions in the grand scheme of things, but they do help. And I definitely respect all the landlords that I work with in my day job. And I'm sure some of them may speak against these protections, but I'm in favor for a few reasons. Big picture, there is currently a power imbalance between tenants and landlords. The cost of rent increased by 40% over the last 2 years, and it's very difficult for many tenants to find a unit they can afford. And in addition, there are federal funds running out that have been able to keep a lot of tenants housed over the last couple of years. So I believe these protections will make it so that more tenants can stay housed ultimately, which is something we really need, especially right now. So just to speak more specifically to a few of those items. So regarding providing information to tenants at sign-in. Many tenants do not know their rights and responsibilities or resources that are available to them. So encouraging landlords to use this will streamline the information that tenants have and ensure that adequate steps are followed if landlords don't fulfill their responsibilities, and to know what responsibilities and laws tenants are responsible for. And my team would be happy to provide city guidance on how that information could best be provided to especially vulnerable tenants in particular, and what information should be included. Regarding retaliation, at Jesse Tree, our staff have seen multiple tenants with serious issues with their units, holes in the walls or ceiling, lack of AC or heat, lack of plumbing, the list could go on. And many of those issues go unreported until my team does their housing inspections in order to administer rental assistance. In addition, many tenants, very few tenants in fact, have organized tenant associations locally to our knowledge. And I believe some of these issues go unreported and tenants do not organize due to a fear of retaliation. So I think this ordinance will support that and encourage tenants to speak up about issues that they're dealing with. Regarding source of income, we have seen tenants with vouchers remain homeless for some time due to their inability to find a place, and too many vouchers are underutilized in our community. There are certainly a few additional hoops for landlords to jump through and forms to sign in order to utilize the vouchers. But my very small nonprofit, our team, and our experience with the Housing Authority has been good to work with. And I believe this would be doable for any landlord with some education and outreach. One clarifying question for us on the source of income would be whether security deposit from an organization can meet the definition here. And that would be helpful if so. And yeah, my time's up, I think so.
Thank you. I think you've got a couple questions coming.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Ali, first of all, thank you for jumping in on the call today. Thanks for the work over at Jesse Tree. I know that you've been very active in these discussions, since we brought these forward at the city, but really also very active in the source of income discussion for years and years and years. And I appreciate that. I do have a question about that, because you mentioned about some of the resources that Jesse Tree has available, and I'll be asking this question to Housing Authority a little bit later about what resources are out there for your small landlord who maybe doesn't know how to navigate that system. And is that a barrier that you feel like could be overcome?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I'll definitely defer that question to the Housing Authority because they could talk about that with more specificity. But from our experience working with them as a partner, they're always responsive to questions, willing to sit down and meet with folks and educate them about how to work through some of their programs. So I'm sure, I'm pretty positive they do that for all landlords, and we definitely would be willing to do that in this situation, especially if everyone's going to be expected to utilize our vouchers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allie.
Okay. Thank you all.
Have a good night. Next, Kristen Pooley. And then after Kristen, we've got Deanna Watson. So come on up, Spencer Henderson, Chris Ellis, and Lauren Panizzi.
Hello.
Hi.
I've talked to you guys before.
Will you please share your name and address?
Yes, my name is Kristen Pooley and I live at 1521 East Griffin. I live in Meridian, but I do work in Boise. So I know that the council is aware of the housing crisis. I've been here before. I've listened to your meetings before, and you guys have been trying to tackle the issue. So it was really great for me personally to see this package. I thought it was a step in the right direction. I don't personally think it goes far enough, but I do know that sometimes, we can't do everything all in one step. So incremental change happens. When you lose housing stability, you lose financial stability, mental health, because moving is stressful. You lose educational stability, which affects kids, and it affects our teaching community. Community relationship building, they lose that. The neighbor who might watch your kid if you're sick or run to the store for you or just help you in small ways. You can't create that without housing stability. So this package, I feel like, helps to stabilize people in a little bit. I think that it helps to stabilize and move that process towards stabilization. So I support it and I hope that you guys will pass it. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kristen. All right, Deanna.
Thank you. My name is Deanna Watson, and I live at 2823 West Gem Street in Boise. And I am here this evening in my role as the Executive Director of the Boise City and Ada County Housing Authorities. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the mayor and council and the staff at City Hall who have had the courage to bring forward some very reasonable steps, I think, to help with improving the imbalance that we see in the tenant landlord arena today. I would like to focus most specifically on the source of income portion, but I am speaking in favor of all of the proposals. So I'm here as the Executive Director of the Boise City and Ada County Housing Authorities, the people we serve and the people who need affordable housing that we cannot reach with the funding that we have. As I believe you know, we just completed providing an emergency rental assistance program that brought a little over $70 million in emergency rental assistance to families in the Ada County area. When we ran out of funds, we still were receiving about 100 to 120 new applications per day. So just a little bit of background on our agency. We're a quasi-governmental entity established by state statute to perform certain essential governmental functions. So affordable housing is an essential function, and its presence or absence affects families in need, but it also affects neighborhoods and communities and really all of us. So our agency serves locally, but we are funded federally, and I'd be happy to provide some more information about the intricacies of what we do, if that would be helpful. We administer a few programs, but the largest program we administer is commonly referred to as Section 8, or the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The tenant protection proposal regarding source of income will apply to more than the 2,300 families we assist each month through a program that calculates the tenant portion of rent tied to their income and our contribution tied to the total rent amount under a maximum ceiling amount set by HUD, or the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And I must admit, I had some reservations about this proposal in the beginning because I believe in private property rights, but I see what we are offering here is simply a way to say that people who receive help with their rent should not be rejected because they receive help with their rent. And I see I'm running out of time. So it's just simply a clarification that people shouldn't be rejected for that reason. There's still the screening, there's still the background checks, and landlords still have choices, but there's benefits to this program. I think even more so maybe to some of the smaller landlords that I can get into. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions?
Madam Mayor, Deanna, I asked this of Ali Robbie earlier at Jesse Tree. We've had a lot of concerns that are brought up from folks for smaller landlords who may not know how to navigate the system and may not have as many resources as some of your larger landlords. I can't remember what council member Bajan called them. I'm wondering if you could speak to a little bit about the assistance that is available or education that's available for smaller landlords and how onerous that process is. And if that's something that you think that there's ability to overcome.
Thank you, Councilman Halliburton. I would say we have materials that we provide, a landlord packet that provides an overview of all of our program aspects and the steps in the process. We also have a staff of almost 50 employees, many of whom are charged with helping people get the assistance and helping the landlords. We see this program as really a benefit program, not just for tenants, but for landlords. Our checks go to the landlords. We do inspections of the property, not as an intrusion, but as a way to ensure there's safety in the housing quality standards. So that's a benefit, we believe, to the landlord, the owner of that property. So we have a lot of features to the program that we think are selling points, even maybe more so to the smaller landlords. For instance, if they rent to somebody on the open market who has a good job and they lose their job, that landlord may be then looking at losing months of rent and then the heartbreak and the heartache of having to go through an eviction process. If that same family was on our program and they lost their job, we make up the difference. So the landlord is kept whole through that whole process. They don't have to go through the eviction. They don't lose rent because we make the adjustments for what as the tenant income goes down, our subsidy goes up. So we think when we can talk to landlords across the spectrum, that the ones who are the smaller landlords who are just trying to rent a couple of units that they have, we can be a great service to them. And it's a positive aspect.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Dina, I have some questions. Could you just speak generally about the purpose of the Section 8 program and why it might be consistent with public policy goals to not concentrate public housing, and why to have a diversity of geography and who is utilizing these types of programs?
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. This Section 8 program was brought into being at the end of an era where public housing was built in concentrated fashion and high rises. And you maybe have heard of Cabrini Green and some of the other projects that brought a lot of criticism about concentrating poverty and deserts where people were forced to live, where they didn't have access to services, grocery stores, transportation, jobs, and that kind of thing. So in the mid-1970s, the Section 8 program was created, which would disperse the assistance and allow families to live in neighborhoods that made sense for them to live in, and to live alongside neighbors who are also involved in their communities and in the workplace and that kind of thing. So this program is based on this set criteria that says that no family should pay more than 30 to 40% of their income toward their rent and utilities. And so this makes up the difference between what people of lower income can pay and what the rents are. And as Ali said, 40% increase in rents here in the last couple of years, it's hurting our limited income families the most, and they have the least resources. And so the purpose of the program is to make whole the landlords and to assist the families so they can go about their lives of living instead of just trying to be in survival mode, which is a completely different set of heartbreaking circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the issues I've heard expressed by property owners are about compliance with the program. They don't want to be tied to inspections. And there's also been intimations that at least the initial payment in some instances could be delayed. That payment does not start until the tenant actually moves in. Could you just give me an explanation of kind of what does this inspection process look like? What types of things are inspectors looking for? How frequently does that occur? And maybe just some context for when do payments start? How consistent are payments made? Those types of things.
Thank you, Councilman Nash. I'll try to remember each one of those questions. The inspections are done initially and at least annually, and can also be done as a service if the landlord requests it or the tenant requests it because they're concerned about something within the unit or access to the unit. We have inspectors who are certified under a program that's currently called Housing Quality Standards. We're moving to a new system here in the next few months, but that's the one we're under right now. And it's really basic safety features to make sure the plumbing works all right, the electricity works okay, there's adequate egress, so safety issues, and just all the things that I think any property owner would want to know their property met. We have the ability, we have a number of staff, including myself, who are certified housing quality standards inspectors. So if somebody is thinking they're waiting a couple days and they need something inspected and it's ready to go, people like me can go out and do that inspection. I like to say I walk softly and carry a big stick, but that's so I can reach the alarms to test them. So we have a staff in place that I'm really proud of. And we have partners like Jesse Tree and the Catch program who will help us out if we do need their assistance in talking to landlords and explaining our program and that kind of thing. Our Deputy Director, Jillian Patterson, is here. She and I both do a lot of outreach, and we'd be more than willing to meet in person or on Zoom or with, whatever, with any landlords that have questions or have had experiences in the past, or maybe heard from somebody else who said they had an experience in the past, to try to clarify and bust any myths that might be in existence about the program.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much for this insight. Deanna, I'm really curious to know if there's any sort of federal regulation in terms of source of income. It seems that is one of the key concerns in this ordinance, and I'm wondering why it's not federal law. Do you have any sort of insight into that?
Wow. Councilmember Willetts, that's a great question, and I don't know that I do have an answer to that. I think that the federal government has tried to balance the program across big city areas and smaller rural areas, and they have tried to make it as streamlined as they can, but while it still protects the properties and the people that are served at those properties. We work really hard here in the Ada County area to be responsive and client-centered and customer service oriented. And I think that it may be that this is just something that's coming to the forefront now as an additional item that maybe will make its way into federal regulation as it kind of crosses the country.
Madam Mayor, follow up. So what I hear is this source of income is not a condition in which to accept the money within the state. It's completely up to the state and the local government to make this determination and how the rental market is regulated.
I'm not sure I understood your.
So in order to get these funds, there is no federal requirement that is conditioned on source of income. That is left to city, municipalities, and the state to determine whether they want to go further on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Willetts. There are a number of federal regulations that apply to the program and how we count income and a lot of features to the program. But I believe in states that don't have that protection in place as part of their civil rights package, then it becomes something that communities then can consider to add at the local level.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up on one more thing, Deanna, when is the payment made on first month's rent? And are those payments applied more consistently over the course of the program?
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. The first payment can depend upon whether or not the landlord has gotten all of their paperwork into us. There are times that the unit's ready, the family's moved in, but we're still waiting on, we have a housing assistance payments contract that the landlord signs and we sign and governs that part of the relationship. So if all of the pieces to that package are not back to us in time, we cannot make payment. But I would say the delay is only a matter of days. We make payments on the 1st of the month and the 10th of the month, and then other times as needed if it's warranted. But basically, once somebody's on the program, then those rent checks come out every month on the same day. We've been operating this program for over 50 years. Well, I haven't, but it's been in operation here for that amount of time. We've never missed a month of payments to any landlords because of lack of funding or problems within our system of providing that.
Dina, could you describe the process if someone's out of compliance with improvements on the property, safety concerns or otherwise? Could you describe that process about how long they have to get back into compliance to continue to benefit from the program?
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. We have standards that are tied to life safety issues, which would be a 24-hour turn time for repairs. Or if there's an issue with, needing a part, showing us that they've ordered that part and staying with us and communicating with us what the status is. then generally it's 30 days. If we have failed a unit for something that in the wintertime that they can't repair till the springtime, the landlord can ask for an extension and we document the file to that. There are some judgment calls where maybe a landlord is disputing the finding. And so we sit down and work through why it's a fail item and what the options are for repair. But generally it's that 24-hour for life safety, 30 days for other items that just need to be brought back into compliance.
Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you.
All right, Spencer Henderson. And then Chris Ellis. Hi. Lauren Panizzi. Oh, great. Sorry. Didn't see you. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Spencer Henderson. I'm the legislative chair for the National Association of Residential Property Managers, and we have a chapter here in Idaho called the Southwest Idaho chapter. Together, our chapter has over 80 property manager members of our chapter that manage over 5,000 rentals here in the Treasure Valley alone. And I'm coming here today to testify on behalf of the proposals before you. I will say I'm going to keep it very narrow on the source of income, but you'll hear from many landlords that some that have strong opinions about limited government, and they may reach out to you about what they believe that stance should be. There are other members that do believe that there's some reasonable expectations that can be put onto landlords to follow through. In regards to the source of income and where our members, and you'll find that the majority of private landlords take issue with, is going to be revolve around the requirement of Section 8 vouchers. I will stand before you and I will tell you and anyone I speak to, the more voluntary involvement of private landlords with Section 8 is better for our community. We understand that, and the more property management companies that can be worked with on accepting that leads to more individuals who are receiving those housing vouchers on getting into properties. Where the issue is run into, where you heard from the previous testimony, is contracts. Section 8 housing vouchers come with a contract. And the reason many landlords don't participate in that is due to the contractual obligations and the additional administrative burdens that they would have to go into to accept that Section 8. The proposal before you circumvents voluntary participation to become forceful demand at the threat of criminal penalties that a private landlord enter into a third-party contract with an organization. And that's where you're seeing a lot of this pushback out, where the landlord has to sign their name to a dotted line on a contract where they have no negotiation over to forcibly accept these amounts. In the end, I think with additional follow-up and communication, outreach and training, I think we could have a lot more private landlords participate in Section 8 vouchers and work with the housing authority. And I think the city could do a lot in help setting that up and starting those negotiations. But the strongest issue is that the forcefulness of forcing private companies into third-party agreements with really no say in it. That's where you'll find the majority of the private landlords have issues with. So I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
What part of this contract is objectionable? Because if the contract says I'm going to obey all local laws, I'm going to have smoke detectors, I'm not going to leave any open pits with sharp sticks on them in my lawn. That's all pretty reasonable. Fine, right? They should be doing that anyway. So what part of these contracts, these Section 8 contracts that they're required to sign, is offensive and is coercive and is coercing people to do things that they don't want to do?
With Section 8 and voucher payments, there are going to be additional rules put around on, for example, there are requirements on notices for increased rents that are lengthier that you're going to have participating in that program versus what's set forth by Idaho tenant law. So there are going to come additional requirements around that that landlords would have to abide by. One example would be during the height of the COVID pandemic, there were requirements about for those that were taking Section 8 vouchers to not terminate tenancies with tenants who were accepting Section 8s. Those were not rules that were implemented by local ordinances or the state, but landlords then had to follow because those were federal requirements. So there are going to be additional requirements that come with those Section 8 vouchers that landlords would have to follow that are not controlled by here in the city or by the state.
And if you can forgive me one more, so I just don't, I guess I don't totally understand. Local ordinance says landlord has to accept Section 8 voucher. Landlord accepts it, signs a contract that then imposes obligations on it. Landlord then doesn't do those obligations, doesn't provide the notice, kicks out a tenant during COVID. What happens? Who comes after them and why? Is it the local authority because it made them do Section 8? Is it the federal? How do they actually get punished? I don't understand where the police power authority is there.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, is that in reference to the proposal before you where it would be the enforcement is through code enforcement?
No, I guess I'm trying to understand the actual objection, which is, I think, we don't want to, some of my members, and not you, I mean, you're here representing a bunch of people and there's a different, I get that. But some of my members don't want to be required to take, we'll call it Section 8 tenants, because taking such a tenant comes with an obligation to sign a contract that has terms in it that I hate, like additional notice, et cetera, et cetera. And my question is, okay, but if they violate those terms, if they breach that contract that they signed with someone, so what? How do they, I mean, who punishes them? Who sues them for breach of contract, or who files criminal charges against it? Like, how does that actually work? What's the consequence of not living up to that contract?
I think the concern is the consequence of what the city is recommending imposing on that. Ultimately, different individuals and different businesses are going to have different reasons for not wanting to participate. And I wouldn't be able to go through all those with you. There is a general consensus that the city is requiring a private business to sign a contract with a third-party entity into their private agreements. And that's the general sense that you're getting negative feedback from private landlords on.
Yeah, and I totally share that sense. I just, I get that you can't represent everybody, but I can't understand yet. Maybe somebody else testifying can help me. Apart from the principle of being required to sign a document you don't like, what is the actual stick, the actual punishment, the actual bad thing that's going to happen? So if anybody testifying later can enlighten me on that, that'd be great.
And I think you'll hear, if you haven't received written testimony so far, I think you'll find from individual business owners that may be able to give some further feedback of their experiences and their concerns around that.
I appreciate you. Thanks for your help.
Madam Mayor.
I think I heard Councilmember Willetts first and then Nikki.
Spencer, can you tell us from your experience, are there any other surrounding communities that are putting in this kind of ordinance? Like, what does Meridian do?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, from what I understand, this is the first of its kind in the state. I know you might find a precedent in other states, but from the standpoint of rules going this deep, I think the city would be the first when it comes to this.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. I do appreciate your perspective and also appreciate you saying that you're willing to come to the table and work with the housing authority and thinking about how to expand, private landlords willing to take Section 8 vouchers. I want to go back maybe a little bit, I think, of where Councilmember Bajent was heading, and that is this ordinance does not say you must take a Section 8 voucher. What it's saying is that you can't deny somebody because of the source of income, solely because of their source of income. There's other mechanisms for which to choose who is going to live in your property. We're not saying that every landlord must now take Section 8 vouchers and sign the contract and live up to the standards associated with that. So I guess I'm still just trying to understand, this is really just, you can't deny somebody exclusively because they come with a Section 8 voucher, as opposed to many of the other things that we know landlords evaluate. And given what the housing market looks like today and the plethora of applications that landlords are receiving for their property, there is still, I don't want to say this as a way to avoid, but there is still a way, arguably lawfully, to not take a Section 8 voucher if a landlord does not necessarily want to do so, but not exclusively for that purpose. So I guess I'm still just trying to understand why this feels so oppressive when this ordinance is not mandating that you must take a Section 8 voucher. We're hoping that you will come to the table and see the benefits and work with them, but we're not requiring it.
Madam Mayor, council member, thank you for that clarification. What I think this is stemming from is our organization was involved directly in the conversations revolving around this. And the way that it was laid out to us was, and I believe I brought up this specific question of, okay, I understand from a screening standpoint and a source of income on approving an applicant, we have to, when they provide all their documentation, if they have housing vouchers on there, that has to be included in that screening. And if they meet those requirements, then they have to be approved for the rental. And in that question, I brought up and said, if we do that, that's fine. But if a landlord stands firm and says, I do not want to go into a contract with the housing authority for these reasons, they can choose not to. And in those discussions, it seemed to be relayed to me that that was not the case, that there was an expectation that landlords would be forced into these contracts, that there would not be an option to not accept the voucher, but it would just be an approval process that they would have to accept the voucher and do all the documentation necessary around that. So if there's further clarification on that landlords aren't forced to do that, but they can participate willingly, that would be different. But that's not our expectation at this point in time.
Madam Mayor, I think I may need staff to weigh in on that a little bit, but I guess what I'm stating is that if you choose that tenant, or if you were going to exclude a particular tenant exclusively because they have a Section 8 voucher, then yes, I think then you have to accept the Section 8 voucher. But again, I don't see it as so burdensome because you have a plethora of individuals coming and applying to your units. And some of them may be Section 8 vouchers. And as long as you're not screening them out solely because they're a Section 8 voucher, but you have other mechanisms in which you're evaluating and determining who is going to be the tenant that obtains this unit, I still just don't see that as burdensome and or forcing you to take a Section 8 voucher. We're just asking you not to discriminate against tenants solely because they have a Section 8 voucher. Maybe I'm parsing hairs, but that's
Madam Mayor, council member. In many ways, I agree with that. From the standpoint of if someone, from my personal business, if someone was to apply and as a part of that income verification, they have on there the Section 8 voucher status, I would imagine our business would go to them and everything else approves, including the source of income. They meet the income requirements. And our office goes to the applicant and say, you're approved for this property. Your income meets it, plus the additional background information, screen checks that are done. You're approved for this property. Our office does not currently work with Section 8. So you need to take that into consideration on if you're able to move forward with this property or not. And if the applicant then would agree and say, that's fine, I will go ahead and proceed, or I'll attempt to find a property somewhere that will be able to accept this voucher, that would be a different situation in our case. I don't foresee any reason a landlord would voluntarily say, no, we're denying you because you have a Section 8 voucher. But in the circumstance of where they're saying you're approved, but our office currently doesn't work with that program, and we'll still proceed with you with the property because you met our requirements, but we're not going to go through the contract obligations of signing up to accept these vouchers. That's how I would see it from a business standpoint for my personal business.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So we've got two more and then we're going to take a break. Chris Ellis. And then Lauren Panizzi. And
Thank
then we'll take a break after that.
Thank you. My name is Chris Ellis. I live at 11220 West Daniel Court. I'm a small to medium property manager, sorry. Just a couple comments specific to the language. In 15.7.6, this is in the notice of rights to the tenants. And as a small property manager, we don't really have a big online presence. Having it be included in the lease is probably maybe not the best way to do that. I would encourage that language to be struck and give more flexibility to the property managers. It could be on an app, it could be on a website, it could be through an email. I think I know it says may, but it's a little bit, I think, narrow in interpreting how that notice from the city is sent out to the tenants. And then my other comment was on the source of income, but not to Section 8. I guess my concern is having emergency rental assistance in that list. Emergency by its nature is temporary. And so having to consider emergency rental assistance when it's at 6 months at best, and if they've already been using it, they're only going to have maybe a month or two less. So having to include that as their continuing income source doesn't seem to make sense to me. So those were my two comments. And then I think I have another minute just to kind of explain how it works from our perspective. I actually took a Section 8 tenant last month. They came, filled out the application, she qualified. They contacted the housing authority. They said, yes, she qualifies. They didn't have the numbers of her rent, but said, send me a lease. No, I think it was all kind of together, but you need to schedule the inspection, send me a lease. So we scheduled the inspection. It was actually very quick. The person came out in 2 days, which was wonderful, passed the inspection, signed the lease, sent the lease in. Then we had to sign the contract, which there was weekends and all, so that took a few days. And in the end, it took longer than a normal process, but not hugely. However, we haven't been paid. So I shouldn't say that. We've been paid, she moved in the very end of the month. So we've been paid $216 from a prorated rent for July, but we have not received August rent yet. And I reached out, of course, the case manager that was working with the tenant is no longer there. So now I'm to somebody else. So I think, is it an onerous process? Not hugely. If you had a lot of them, it would be. I haven't taken one in a long time because we haven't actually had anybody come to us with them. I had one before, and because her income changed, the amount the state or the assistance and the amount she paid changed every month. And it was a nightmare between she and I. We could never figure out what she was supposed to pay because it comes in a delayed letter, and then you're trying to update the app and she's trying to figure out what to pay. And it was very confusing. And to say that it doesn't take extra time is not true. It does. Does that mean it's a bad thing? No. I personally am frustrated by those that don't consider additional income. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that experience as well. It's why I let you go over actually, because it was good to hear a real world experience. Okay, Lauren Benizzi, welcome. And then we are going to take a break.
Okay. Need my cheaters.
Well, if I put mine on, then I can't see your face again. So I need to put them on so I can see my computer.
My name is Lauren Panisi, 2411 West Pleasanton Ave, Boise. I am a small business owner. I have 3 units. And I wanted to talk, I just became aware of this whole ordinance thing. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the security deposit aspect, because I have a real world example of a situation that happened with tenants who are occupying or who occupied a house that had a water leak. And there was a significant water leak. And I could not let them stay in the house anymore because of the smell, because of the extent of the damage, and because of the repairs that were needed to make the place livable. So I told them, you have to leave, and you have to leave like within a week. Now, I did what I could to help them find another place to live. But I did ask them, because the whole property was not going to be demolished, I did ask them to do some cleaning. And so this whole idea that if you ask somebody to leave, and they should still get their entire security deposit, I think that's too broad of a rule in this ordinance, because there were things that could have been cleaned, that should have been cleaned, that should have been taken care of. There was damage. There are things that I did deduct from their security deposit. And I am out because they didn't notify me of the water leak. I have an insurance claim now. I am out my deductible. There's a lot of expenses. And so to add on that I am now going to have to refund them an entire security deposit, I think is an additional burden to a small business owner like myself. And I think the rules don't account for small business owners. And I know that their staff said it's hard to know because of an LLC and who has how many units and that sort of thing, but a one-size-fits-all approach really is burdensome for somebody like me. I work a full-time job. This is a hobby, so to speak. And, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time and expense and additional requirements and obligations for somebody like me with just a few units. And I'm just a single business owner, I'm just by myself. So it's just additional burden. So I just wanted to share that and to ask that considerations be allowed or considered for small business owners as opposed to huge property managers, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
So I stand up for questions.
I'll ask Nikki at some point when you're reviewing things to address that, because in this example, there's an accountability element. So my sense is that and I hear the request about small business, but in your example, your tenants were responsible for the damage. And this ordinance is seeking to get at something other than the tenants that are responsible for the damage. So if Nikki would please address that in the question time, I'd appreciate it. Great. All right, with that, we will take a break. I'll say 5 minutes. It'll probably be a couple minutes longer. And then I'm going to start with Stephanie Day, Nellie Hurtado Cortez, and Tim Beery. So all of you are on deck. Thank you all very much. Stephanie, you are up. And then Nellie and Tim, you'll come on up on deck. Great, everybody's close. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much, Madam Mayor and Council, for having me. I'm Stephanie Day. I live at 9560 West Mossywood Drive, 83709. And I am here, I'm the Executive Director of Catch. I'm here to say that I'm totally in favor of all of the proposed tenant protections. Thank you all for all the work that you have put into creating them. And then I wanted to speak to some things that we see happening on a day-to-day basis, because I know sometimes we think that this is maybe like theoretical and doesn't happen all of the time, but just to kind of speak to like what current experience is like. I did want to let you know that we've housed over 600 families in the last 13-ish years. And our case manager said that 3/4 of the time that they call a landlord to ask about a property, they are told that they will not work with a Section 8 voucher. And for our families, when we're helping them transition out of homelessness, they're often, I mean, even if you're making $17 or $18 an hour as a single parent, like you just can't make that happen anymore. So a Section 8 voucher is the best chance that our families have at staying long-term stable. I did want to let you guys know that there was a research project conducted by HUD a few years ago called the Family Options Study. And it showed significant, the best projected long-term stability for families transitioning out of homelessness was long-term subsidies like Section 8. So they're very, very helpful for our families. And it's really hard for us to find landlords that are willing to work with the program. I also wanted to mention that we do sometimes have landlords that say that they specifically will not work with our program. Not because of prior experience, but they just see that we have a family that doesn't have enough income to sustain themselves. Even though we can provide the rent for 2 years, they're still not really willing to give the family a chance. So if that could potentially be considered to be part of something that was covered, that would be awesome. But I did want to say really quickly, the outcomes of the family options study said that there were significant positive impacts observed in both adults and children who had vouchers. Long-term, this was a 3-year study, and they experienced significant reductions in family separation, substance use, exposure to intimate partner violence, and psychological distress. Children had fewer school moves, were absent less, and had fewer behavioral problems, and families were more food secure. So just wanted to say in support of that, I know there's a lot of complexity around Section 8 vouchers, but they're extremely helpful tools for low-income households in our community, and would like to let you know that we do experience a lot of just like we're not even going to entertain the idea of a Section 8 voucher. So that is a thing that really happens on the day-to-day. And that is all that I have.
Thank you.
Happy to answer questions if you have any.
Madam Mayor, Stephanie, thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing your dinner and hanging out for a while, a chunk of time. And thanks for everyone. You said that 3/4 of the folks that you reach out to say that they don't take Section 8 vouchers. I hear that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you tell those folks that are being reached out to, is that typically just the one house rental, like your small landlords? Are these small landlords and larger landlords? Like, is there
We
any
call
sort of,
anybody and everybody who posts an open unit that is within the rent range that our families can typically afford, which we're utilizing the fair market rent rates. Don't know those off of the top of my head, but I could look them up for you if you wanted to know what they are right now.
so you're not necessarily just experiencing that difficulty with small landlords, it's large landlords as well.
Everybody, yeah.
And then when you are finding that success, it sounds like it's about 1/4 of the time.
Mhm.
Are you finding with success in just one of those large landlords or small landlords, or is it still just sort of however it turns out?
There are a few that are really good that work with us and that will take Section 8 vouchers because they're working with us, but it's really hit or miss beyond those couple that we know will work with it.
So I guess my final question here is that, there's, I think, been some conversation about like, if you only own one house or, it's from what I'm hearing from you, you sound like it doesn't necessarily matter, that you would prefer that it would go across the board, not just large landlords, but any landlords in general would apply for the same rules.
I would totally, yes. For one, again, to Councilmember Haney-Keith's point, like we're not requiring anybody to take a Section 8 voucher.
Yes.
And there are actually lots of ways to find ways around taking a Section 8 voucher that property managers can employ, but it would be really nice if they would at least let us apply and give the tenant a potential chance to get their foot in the door versus just saying like, because you're coming at us with a Section 8 voucher, we're not even going to consider you.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Stephanie, thank you. Thanks for what you do for the community. Talk to me a little bit about how someone would go about circumventing the source of income part of this.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to expose any top secrets here, but it's actually pretty easy to put your rent outside of the eligible rent rate for a Section 8 voucher because the Section 8 vouchers have a specific amount that they can go up to, and then a voucher, the unit would not be eligible for a voucher anymore, which probably is what a lot of property managers will do if this gets passed, but
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So I realized, and I should have offered before, for folks with kids, if you're here for this topic, you are welcome. And you want to testify, you're welcome to come on up and testify. Nope. I'm sorry. Oh, you're next anyway. Great. I'm sorry. I usually do that when I see kids in the audience and I forgot today and somebody reminded me. I also have stickers for your kiddos.
Thank you so much. My name is Nelly Hurtado, address 503 South Americana Boulevard, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I would like to say that I support all of the tenant protections. I am here to provide you an example with my own story with retaliation from a property manager within Boise. A couple years ago, I was renting through I would say in between small and medium property management company. I had been renting from them for about 3 years. And when it came time to renew the lease, I took that as an opportunity to identify some of the things that they need to fix because there were things that were concerning within the house, like making sure that the apartment could maintain the heat during the winter. And during this time, I had signed the lease. Right after I had signed the lease, they had provided me with an eviction. With my experience as a case manager, all of that went out of the window just because I was now in crisis. At that time, I did not have a lot of resources or know of a lot of individuals I can reach out to. So I was on my own to figure out how to go about this situation. I did not realize that it was an illegal eviction. With some guidance from legal attorneys, I was able to kind of advocate for myself to stay in the property that I was at. And I was quite shocked in the end after I had filed a lawsuit against the property manager that the owner of the property manager, the spouse, was actually an attorney. So I would like to say that with my own experience, I highly think that the tenant protections are really beneficial to families and just many individuals. You would think that because it was kind of, because they're a property manager, that they would know some of these situations and that it was not okay to provide me an eviction even after signing the lease. I just wanted to kind of give you my story and how I had to advocate for myself with very little resources at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you here for this one? Nope. Okay. All right. Come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Tim Berry. I live at 5334 North Cresswell Avenue, 83713. And I'm here in my capacity as president of the Idaho Affordable Housing Management Association. We're a 501c3 nonprofit made up of the majority of the affordable housing management companies in Idaho. Hundreds of properties, thousands of units across the state. A lot of this doesn't really apply to us in the affordable housing world because we do this stuff already. We have federal laws against retaliation. So on our side, we're on board with this, but we do oppose the source of income. And we oppose the rest of it for the same reason we opposed the application fee back in 2019. And that's because it puts an undue financial burden on us. Affordable housing and management companies don't operate under the same budgets that conventional properties do. And so we're actually built to break even, and any extra paperwork or man hours that we have to spend on doing other stuff will impact a property pretty heavily. As we saw, we spent hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars coming into compliance with the application fee. Just find out that there were others out there who weren't, but we were, because we wanted to be doing the right thing. And again, it's not that we don't like the voucher. All low-income housing tax credit properties take the voucher. And when they come to us and I tell them that we can't take it, I show them where we can and provide them with resources on where they can go to use it. But the source of income doesn't address the real problem. And the real problem is there's not enough housing. So we can house all the people with vouchers. We're still going to have people with vouchers who have nowhere to go. So the real answer is we need more housing, because if you have rents that are out of control, which yes, rents have been out of control, but properties pay for their stuff out of their rents. Rents went up 40%. This is true. So did wages, insurance, taxes, materials to fix things. Those all went up too. And we have to pay for those somehow. And that comes out of rent. In the affordable world, we weren't allowed to increase our rents 40%. We were stuck at 5%. So we weren't even able to meet inflation. And we're dealing with that now. We have a hard time hiring staff because we can't afford to pay people what they want to be paid. So it's not that we don't want to take them. It's that it's an undue financial burden on conventional properties that you're asking them to do something. You're not asking, actually, you're telling them to do something. There's other resources out there, and the real answer is more housing. With more housing, if rents are too high, you go find a place that's got lower rents. If you go to a place that's not going to take your voucher, you'll find someone who will. So instead of forcing landlords to take the voucher, let's find ways to entice them to take the voucher. The Idaho Housing and Finance Association that administers the voucher in the rest of the state gives a $500 incentive fee for people who sign up in the voucher in the rest of the state. That's a pretty good incentive. So, oh, sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I've got a question, and then also a question for staff to answer later. Nikki, you had a few different places that might be exempt from some of the things on one of the slides. So when you come back up, I was just wondering if you could speak to the places that might already be obligated, with some of these things. So if we're not talking about source of income, I believe that you said you were also against the other three. Was that correct?
We're already doing it. It's for the same reason. It's more or less the same reason as the source of income, which is we're treating Boise differently than we treat the rest of our state. We have housing here in Boise. We also have housing in the rest of the Idaho.
I've got a question for you then. So that's what I wanted to confirm. So I think that one of the reasons you said was the additional costs, for the landlords with these other three. And I'm wondering if you could give me an example of what those costs might be, because where my confusion is, some of these things seem like there would actually be less cost. Like if the city is already putting together that tenant bill of rights and providing it for you, you're not writing it, you're not coming up with it, you're potentially printing it off, or you're, picking up copies from the city. Can you talk about those other three outside of source of income and how those would be increasing your costs?
So you're correct. When you put it that way, it's very minimal. The security deposit, actually, I should clarify, we're kind of on board with that. We're okay with that.
Yeah.
And the retaliation, again, we don't do it anyway. So it's not. So I guess what we're talking about is the difference between what we call hard costs and soft costs. Hard costs being the physical things that we have to do, printing off papers, doing things like that. And soft costs is what we call the administrative aspect of it, the time it takes to do the things that we need to do. With the example with the application fee, it increased our hard costs by forcing us to provide hard copies of things that we had. And it also increased the soft cost of the time it took for us to do the things that we needed to do without the ability to actually charge back the soft costs like we had been previously.
So it sounds like you might not have any specific examples, but you think that there's a chance that there might be soft costs with some of the other three things.
Specifically with the source of income, but with the other three, probably not.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And thanks for your expertise. Can you give us some other examples of some things that you think would incentivize private property owners to do this versus requiring it? And in terms of source of income?
Sure, Mayor, council members. the big problem is that, and no one will say it, so I'll say it, is the negative connotation that comes with vouchers, right? It's no one wants to work involved with people with vouchers because voucher holders, excuse me, have a negative reputation of being bad residents. We know this isn't true. Again, we take voucher residents for all of our affordable properties, and to me, voucher residents are residents. You've got good ones, you've got bad ones. Not all residents are angels. And so sometimes we have to get residents out. And residents with vouchers have a support system in place that's very, very hard trying to prevent that. We don't want to evict. We were one of the first companies that put into place repayment agreements during COVID to prevent evictions. But there are times when we have to get residents out. And instead of spending weeks and months and thousands of dollars getting a resident out that's already costing us thousands of dollars in damages, we need to be able to move and get them out so we can get a good resident in. For our affordable projects, that means another voucher resident. We're okay with that, but we need to get someone in who's not going to be damaging the unit. Again, we need housing. And if owners are losing housing and spending thousands of dollars, doing unit turns for residents that we could have got out sooner, they're not going to give us more housing. They're going to do something else. And like it was brought up before, I mean, rents are going to go up. You're going to price yourselves right out of the vouchers. And then what are we going to do? We're adding to the problem, which is we're increasing rents. We're making it unaffordable.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. I don't quite understand if you are already accepting Section 8 vouchers, then what compliance or administrative burden could possibly be incurred on the source of income discrimination piece?
We don't have the same compliance team that works underneath conventional properties that we have under our affordable properties. So with our affordable properties, we have to maintain compliance with federal guidelines. So we have a whole compliance team that sits with that. And we don't have that same team with the conventional. With the conventional folks, which are your market rents, the managers are out there on their own. And so, asking them to start filling out, complying with, and going through this whole process would add soft costs to that.
My question would be then, why are Section 8 voucher holders, why shouldn't they be entitled to these conventional market rate properties?
I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be given a chance. I'm just saying that you shouldn't force owners to have to do it. You should entice them to do it. Make them partners instead of enemies. Bring them on board instead of telling them they have to. If you tell them they have to, they're going to push back. But if you give them incentives to do it, like IHFA, then they'll be more willing to work with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Denise Caruzzi. Welcome. And then April Hoy and Cameron Kinzer. And that's all the lists I have. Yeah, I figured that there might be some more. So if you're planning on testifying, will you just go ahead and move on up into the front row so I know that you're going to testify? Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Denise Caruzzi and I reside at 1102 North 19th in Boise. I speak tonight representing the Boise-Ada County Homeless Coalition. Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the hearing and for your ongoing efforts to enable a stable and sustainable housing community here in Boise. The coalition endorses the proposed tenant protection ordinances as they support efforts for stability in housing, pardon me, which we believe benefits tenants, landlords, and the community at large. Chapter 15 requires non-discrimination as to the source of income, which will allow more families with legitimate resources to secure stable housing. Especially in this time of low vacancies, you can imagine that anyone with a Section 8 voucher falls to the bottom of a list. You've heard that discrimination that already exists in the room tonight. Chapter 17 requires the kind of transparency we would expect in any financial transaction. An outline of rights and responsibilities ensures not only that the tenant understands what's expected, but it allows the landlord to provide complete communication and also the information necessary to manage the ongoing relationship. It provides both a resource to use in the event of future miscommunication. Non-retaliation for legitimate complaints of habitability is foundational to rights and responsibilities. Low-income tenants are the most likely to experience unhealthy living conditions and the least able to correct them. For clarity of understanding, we encourage you to do some sort of summary document to cover whatever resources you're going to provide, but think that the fact that the city's going to actually provide these resources is excellent. We also ask you to continue to look at the root causes of housing instability in our community and to continue to address the systemic and contributing causes. Although we do not ask that tenants be allowed to remain in housing rent-free, we do know that it's better for the stability of family and neighborhoods, and it's more economical and efficient for them to remain in housing than to displace them and to attempt to find subsequent housing. Such strategies include longer notice periods for rent increases that are significantly higher than the cost of living inflation rate, more comprehensive eviction processes, displacement support for tenants due to demolition or development, and always, we need more affordable housing options for families that make less than the median income, especially those with low and extremely low income. Thank you for your work, for your time and consideration, and for approving these proposals.
Thank you. All right, April. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is April Hoy. I'm a long-term resident of Boise and a longtime renter. And I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed protections for renters. There's a point that I feel is being lost in all this talk of balancing the rights of landlords against those of renters, and of whether the compliance with these ordinances might be too burdensome for landlords. Housing is a basic necessity. A passive income source is not. Landlords have no right to a hassle-free, effort-free profit. While I would like to see an ordinance that goes further than this one does, I would urge the City Council to pass this ordinance and to pursue all measures possible to protect renters as they struggle to survive in a housing ecosystem that treats homes as a way for corporations and the affluent to extract profit from those who have less.
Thank you. Cameron Kinzer. Then you're up.
Mayor McLean and members of the City Council, my name is Cameron Kinzer. I live at 4344 North Ferris Street, Boise, Idaho 83704, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Boise Regional Realtors. On behalf of our members in Boise, Boise Regional Realtors has been following this issue of possible tenant protections when it was first introduced earlier this year at a City Council workshop. I want to first thank the Mayor's Housing Advisor, Nikki Hellenkamp, for meeting with our Public Policy Committee to gain feedback and insight from the realtor community on this effort. While we acknowledge the importance of ensuring fair and equitable housing conditions for all residents of Boise, we believe it's imperative to carefully consider the potential unintended consequences of such measures on the rental market, housing inventory, and investor confidence. We fear that this effort could lead to a chilling effect on real estate investment and exacerbate the already strained rental housing supply in Boise. Our concerns are grounded in the potential consequences that could include the following scenarios. 1, investor hesitancy. Tenant protections may discourage potential real estate investors from entering the Boise market. Investors are motivated by the potential for fair returns on their investment and a reasonable level of flexibility in managing their properties. If landlords deem the regulatory environment to be overly burdensome, it may lead to a hesitation and ultimately reduce the number of available rental units. Number 2, reduce rental inventory. Tenant protections could lead to landlords becoming more cautious in renting out their properties, which would in turn lead to less rental units available across the city. Number 3, stifling investment in upgrades and maintenance. Rental owners often invest in property improvements and maintenance to attract and retain tenants. Stricter tenant protections may disincentivize landlords from making these necessary investments, leading to a decline in overall quality of rental properties. Boise Regional Realtors recognizes the importance of tenant protections and supports measures that foster a harmonious relationship between landlords and tenants. However, we urge the city to strike a careful balance that considers the potential consequences on investor confidence, rental inventory, and overall housing market stability. Our association encourages the city to focus more on sound leasing practices so both the renter and landlord are protected. We also recommend that the idea of non-discrimination against source of income be its own ordinance and not incorporated into the city's NDO ordinance already on the books. If these are not separate ordinances, it could open the door for state legislative action to alter the NDO ordinance. Thank you for your time and consideration of our members.
So I've got a question. Are you proposing that we look at regulating language of leases as opposed to other tenant protections?
Not regulating, but just coming up with some educational supplements that talk about the best practices for good leases. And that's something that we could help with from our members' perspective.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
No questions? Come on up.
My name's Monica Fabi. I'm with Intermountain Fair Housing Council. I live at 630 South Curtis Road, 83705. I would say that we just heard 4 really good reasons that this ordinance will keep the type of investors and the type of landlords that we don't want out of Boise. I think all of those reasons are reasons about people who don't want to do what Boise needs done. Additionally, I would say that the Southwest Apartment Association indicated that they would be happy to work with their members to increase the use of Section 8 vouchers within the community. They've been here since 2016 and they've not been either capable of doing that or willing to really commit to it. So I'm surprised that suddenly they're super happy to do so. One of the main concepts that I've heard from some landlords were that they felt like maybe some of their contract freedom is being infringed by this. There are several communities around Idaho that have source of income protection and throughout the country, and none of them have been successfully challenged and removed. So I don't think we're going to have any trouble with contract freedom. Otherwise, Washington and other states would have already removed their ordinances with regard to including source of income protections. Retaliation. So retaliation, I think this is the strongest and most beneficial element to this piece. And that is because currently when a tenant needs repairs, if they go through the state process, it takes a very long time. They have to make filings. If they are under a certain income, they can get a waiver for the amount of money it costs to make the filing. But they also probably are going to need an attorney. It's something that legal aid doesn't usually provide. They can't because they're busy with evictions. And so oftentimes those things go without being represented, without being handled. Having an infraction process that has a police action, or I shouldn't say police action, has an infraction process with it would be more efficient. It would reduce the number of cases that would have to go to the court with regard to a specific performance requirement, and it would allow people to get the repairs that they need and not be evicted for asking for them. Right now, it happens frequently, and they just don't have, most tenants don't have the means to protect themselves from that retaliation. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Is there
Madam Mayor?
anybody else? Oh, wait, there is a question.
I had a question. Thank you, Monica. You mentioned that there were other areas within Idaho that you believe have some areas. No.
No, so Washington, the state of Washington does. Many other states have them, including Washington, California. I don't want to misstate any others. I know those two have them. They've not been successfully challenged.
Okay, thank you.
Utah and South Dakota also have them. Or North Dakota, excuse me. Anybody else here to testify on this? All right, I imagine there's probably questions for Nikki.
Madam Mayor, we have someone online as well.
Oh, there's somebody online. I'm so sorry.
Madam Mayor, this is Terry Graves.
Terry, welcome. Are there others online? Nope. Okay.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Terry Graves, and I'm the Senior Housing Specialist for the Idaho Office for Refugees, or IOR. I live at 4001 Glen Street in Boise. IOR supports the adoption of the tenant protection package because of stories like the one I'm about to tell you. IOR staff heard from a tenant who had been a resident in a single-family home for 6 years. He'd established a good working relationship with the property manager, and his family had a record of paying their rent on time and in full. This family kept the property and yard clear of debris, leaves, weeds, the lawn mowed in the summer, and the sidewalks clear in the winter. They took great pride in their home. The tenant made all the small repairs in the unit after receiving no response to requests for maintenance. He replaced washers and leaky faucets, weatherized windows and doors. He patched aging and falling plaster, replaced the non-functioning garbage disposal with his own funds, and paid to have the chimney swept every fall. In late summer last year, the air conditioning unit stopped working. These tenants were fearing reprisal, lived without air conditioning for the remainder of the summer. In the spring of this year, the family, knowing that we had a hot summer predicted, reported to the property manager that the air conditioning was not working. The tenant was asked to vacate the unit in 21 days, which is a violation of our code. The tenant believes that he was asked to leave because he asked for a major repair to this unit, and he and his family were displaced. His children had to change schools. They had difficulty commuting to work because they rely on mass transit. They are still in touch with the neighbors of that home, and the neighbors have reported to the tenant that a new family has been brought into the unit shortly after he vacated, and that the air conditioning has still not been repaired, but the property manager is charging a significantly higher rent than the previous tenant paid. We believe that this is not an uncommon occurrence in today's rental market and is one of the many reasons we support the adoption of the tenant protection package. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. All right, Nikki,
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor.
you've collected questions. We go through
Yes.
those first, and then I know there'll be others, but thank you.
No problem. And thanks very much, everyone who has been here to testify. So just running through my list of questions, and then if there are some I didn't catch, obviously bringing them to my attention. We had a question around what other states and municipalities have source of income discrimination protections. The mayor mentioned we have 16 states nationwide, including Utah and North Dakota, and over 100 municipalities that have passed this type of protection. In terms of the question, I think that you got to the answer you were looking for, Councilmember Haney-Keith, related to excluding a tenant solely because of their use of a voucher as being something that is prohibited under this proposed ordinance, but that landlords can use whatever other rental criteria they desire in order to screen applicants. And it does not require that if somebody meets all of your application criteria and is using a voucher, that that person be prioritized in any way. It just states that that can't be the reason that you choose not to rent to that particular person. There was a question around notice language being, around the notice of rights and responsibilities, the option to provide it, that link not in the lease. The way that the ordinance is written, as the person who testified mentioned, it says may be in the lease. And so it is open to be provided in whatever way works best for that landlord. There was a question around emergency rental assistance as source of income. I think this is a great example of something we can take a look at. There's a lot of different kinds of emergency rental assistance that have different lengths in terms of how much assistance they're providing. And the city is not prescribing by this ordinance how income may be verified. So that's going to be something that landlords will need to take a look at on a case-by-case basis around, can I verify how is this verifiable income? And so
that should be done in a manner that's consistent with the language and intent of the ordinance. But in a situation where someone has, for example, 1 month of emergency rental assistance, if a landlord looked at that and said, I can't verify this as income because it's one-time 1 month funds, then that would be something that would be, that's their verification process as they look at that. There was a question around security deposits return, and I think a really good issue brought up, thank you, I can't remember who it was, on the potential for narrowing some language around what we mean by substantial rehab. The example that was given was one where it sounded like there was cleaning that was going to be necessary because of a water leak, but that unit was then going to be inhabitable again afterward, and that cleaning was going to be, sufficient to address the rehab, there to be part of the rehab that was needed. As we've been contemplating this ordinance, I think our conversation has really been focused on situations where the rehab is so substantial that nobody needs to clean anything because we're completely, we're gutting the building, we're doing really significant changes. So we can, with your direction, work with legal on narrowing the language there to really make it clear that what we're talking about with substantial rehab would apply not to a situation like that one where there would be essentially the same unit being reoccupied, but to something more significant. So that's something, if you'd like to direct us to look at that, we can. There was a question as well about who is obligated to do these things already. Tim Beery from AMA mentioned that federally funded affordable housing is already held to these standards as part of their compliance for being federally funded. And that's who's already required to comply. Happy to answer any other questions. Yeah.
Madam Mayor. I'm going to take us back, I think, to a prior conversation we were having in terms of for the source of income limiting it to a certain number of properties. I'm just curious if there were conversations around aligning this with the state of Idaho's fair housing laws, where it applies to a provider with 2 or more properties.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, the question around that we kept coming back to is how you would verify that somebody only has fewer than 2 properties. The owner occupancy exemption that's currently in it is much easier to verify because you can see, does this person live on site? If they do, then they get the exception. But in order to verify that you only have 2 units, there really isn't a good way for us to do that. And so that hasn't been part of the conversation as a result.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, I guess, yeah, just to pick up on that, this is one that I'm still chewing on, but it really seems like the choice is, given that we can't verify with certainty that someone doesn't own multiple LLCs, as a policy matter, it's better to be over-inclusive than to just do our best and miss some. Over-inclusive, rather than recognize we won't catch all of them, but we will relieve the burden on some of the small peoples. Like, did that explicit piece of policy weighing happen? Or is it just, it's really hard to tell where they all are? It'll be easier to administer if we just make it every property.
Sure, Mayor, Council Member, that's a great question. And yes, that piece of policy weighing absolutely did happen, because I think that there certainly is a desire to think through on the, particularly for small landlords, is there a way to go about this that will be minimally burdensome? And as we weighed that, I think and in conversations with the Housing Authority and with other entities that provide different sources of income through vouchers and other, forms of income, that we really felt that looking at the burden that would be placed on those small housing providers, that it would be something that could potentially be managed. And so I think that that's absolutely something to continue to chew on from your decision-making seat, of whether there is something there that says we do want to provide this additional exception. And we know that it may mean that people slip through a loophole by just claiming that they only have 1 or 2 properties and rolling on with their lives. That's certainly something that I think it's worth continuing to think about.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Yeah. There's 2 different ordinances that are here. And one of them seems to have a little bit more discussion than others. And what I think might be helpful is to make a motion on the second ordinance now to see if there's any more discussion about the second ordinance. And then have further discussion if needed about amending the anti-discrimination source of income ordinance. And so what I would propose is that we move forward with an ordinance adopting Chapter 17, Title 5 of Boise City, prohibiting retaliation against tenants under defined circumstances, requiring notification of tenant rights, and addressing retention of security deposits due to planned demolition of substantial remodeling of leased residential spaces, and providing an effective date of January 1st with some direction. And the direction that I would provide would be to make sure that we have some clear language on what those remodels or that demolition or those security deposits might entail, and to be as subjective there as we can. And then further direction to ensure that we've got multiple languages available for folks in the community.
Second. I thought I was going to catch you and point out we needed to address the security language, but you did it. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate for another question of staff?
Yes.
Nikki, the question I have, what language do we have in there about a link? The link, do we have a link yet? Is that link super long and awkward? Could that link be a QR code? I know these are things that I think about a lot when I'm drafting things, and I also don't like long links. So.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Nash, you're not the only one who doesn't like long links. This was actually a really helpful piece of feedback we received from some of the landlord groups that we engaged as well, who also don't like long links and links that could go are no longer correct. And now they've got something that's wrong in their documents. So yes, that's absolutely something we're prioritizing. The link doesn't exist yet, but that's something that in terms of making sure that it's short and concise. I love the QR codes idea, and I think we can see about working something like that in. And purposely in the ordinance, it just speaks to a URL link instead of providing one, because we received this advice also from one of the landlord groups, is that you shouldn't put specific URL links in code, because then you have to amend your ordinance when it is changed. So we're not going to do that. But yes.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for the maker of the motion. Is it your intent to then bring this back after we vote on this, to bring it back so that we have another look at it, or is to send it to the first reading calendar?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, that we would have the clear language incorporating some of the requests back in front of us in an ordinance reading, and that would be moved to the first reading calendar. So then it would be read 3 times in full and then go to the final reading for approval. And in that process, there would be an opportunity to amend it if we thought that there was further amendments needed, but that now would be the time to provide direction on what might need to be included or changed in that ordinance.
And I'd propose actually that Nikki return with the changes in a work session prior to the evening on which it would be on first reading, so that everybody has a chance to review it and then discuss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. President, I also think it would be important for us to solicit feedback on that. Obviously, once it's published on the agenda, and also Nikki, as you work with folks to rewrite it, that we get it as tight as possible before we get it up here.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, I agree with that. I do think that staff's done a great job at getting quite a bit of feedback at this point. I do agree with Madam Mayor that coming back in a work session would also give council members additional opportunity to give some feedback, and that people could be reaching out to council members during that period of time. I don't know that we need to open it up to another public discussion before it goes to that point. But certainly, I think the work session makes sense, and directing folks to give feedback to council members as that language becomes more clear.
Are there other topics within this motion? These 3 topics, I guess, are there other requests for changes related to the motion that the council president has made. And that motion included sending it to first reading.
That's correct.
And then I am directing staff to preview the changes for council at the work session prior to first reading. Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Nikki, would you mind pulling up your PowerPoint again so we can just get a refresher on, I think it would be 3 out of the 4.
Madam Mayor, council member. So I think if I understand correctly, we'd be talking about numbers 1, 2, and 4 here. Do you want me to go to the other slides? Okay.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Further discussion? All right, clerk, will you call the roll?
Agent
Yes.
Burton,
Yes.
Iniki,
Yes.
Yes.
Ed,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I've got a motion prepared for the first one, but if there was additional council questions specifically related to source of income, now that those other ones are off the book, certainly welcome to wait for more additional questions for staff.
There are additional questions? All right, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to make a motion and then I've got some comments if I can get a second. So I'm going to move that an ordinance amending Title V Public Safety Boise City Code by amending language in Chapter 15, discrimination prohibited based on the basis of source of income be moved forward. That we move that to a first reading calendar at a future date.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Right, dies for lack of second.
Madam Mayor, I'm up for talking about it more. I think there's good things in here. My personal view, I'm still nervous about the small landlords. And I'm not sure that just including all landlords is the way to solve it. There's always going to be cheaters, but there's also always going to be small people like with an ADU who really are burdened by these things. One thing we didn't talk about very much, and I just don't know, I've been thinking about it tonight, is the effect that this will have on rents. If the sophisticated landlords all figure out how to avoid Section 8 or other compliance just by raising the rents a little to get out of the zone, then we've done 2 bad things. We've raised a lot of rent in the corporate mega landlord world, and we've also shifted all of the Section 8 landlord carrying capacity onto the smaller landlords who aren't that sophisticated. And I'm still chewing on it. So I'm not ready to put it on first reading, but I'm willing to talk about it more and keep working on it, because I do think that the basic idea when you're entering an economic relationship with somebody, you shouldn't be discriminating based on the source of their money, is pretty basic and important, I think, to a healthy society.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to echo some comments. I'm really thrilled about the last decision. I think that we agree that retaliation is wrong, that transparency in transactions is vital. I'm glad that we got those through, because I think that's an important step for everyone and it's values that we can all agree on. I'm very concerned about sources of income because of the unintended consequences, that it will raise rents, that it's going to decrease the rental supply, and it's really going to hurt the people this ordinance intends to help and protect. So I'd like to continue to talk about it, but I think there's a lot more work needs to be done on this.
Madam Mayor, I've got a comment, and then I'll let other folks move on and see what their feelings are. Councilmember Bajent, 100% agree. And I think that I do have some concerns of, how this might affect some of our smaller landlords. I don't doubt that there is potentially some extra work that landlords may have to do in order to work with folks who qualify for housing with a voucher provided by the federal government that has been awarded to them because of certain circumstances that they live in. This issue is something that I think I became aware of before I was on city council. And it came about from somebody I worked with at Boise Bicycle Project who was living at the shelter, desperately trying to find housing, couldn't find housing, finally got a voucher, was so excited that they received a voucher and the idea that they could actually move into a place that was stable, get back on their feet. And they went all around Boise. They could never find anything in Boise because they got turned down again and again and again. Because the first thing that people would tell them is, we don't accept vouchers. We don't accept vouchers over and over again. This person eventually moved all the way out to NAMP. It took them a long time to get into housing, commuted into Boise on the bus every single day, rode their bike, got to the places they needed to go. But that's because they had to go all the way out to NAMP to actually find a place that was going to work with them. There's source of income, prohibiting discrimination against source of income in 19 different states across the country, major cities all across the country. And one of the things that we find is that it doesn't always have a super huge increase in getting a ton more people in housing, but it does make a difference. And it makes a huge difference in the locations that people can actually get into, getting into neighborhoods that aren't low income neighborhoods, but are more mixed income neighborhoods. And we know that that makes a difference there as well. And then it makes a huge difference for people of color, other folks that are discriminated against in a variety of other areas who then get turned away because they don't take vouchers. And so this is something that we know has a positive impact. There's demonstrated positive impact across the country. It may not be as big as we want it to be, but it still makes a difference. And I think that, while I do have some reluctance when it comes to a small landlord, to me, it comes down to really a principle of somebody showing up at a door that has a legal and verifiable source of income that they qualify for, and getting turned away, blanket statement, because they don't take vouchers. And, I guess when I got this position on council, my goal was to always make sure that I was trying to get rid of obstacles for the folks that were facing the most. And I don't disagree that there are some obstacles that some of the landlords will face in executing some of these. But again, we're prioritizing a group that's already facing the least amount of obstacles versus the group that's facing the most. And if we can get rid of a couple more obstacles and provide that education assistance and work with our nonprofits, I think we can get to a spot where we work with others. But that's where I have a hard time not moving forward across the board, is that to me, it's either right or it's wrong. You can't discriminate against somebody based off of a legal, verifiable source of income, no matter how many apartments they own or have. And that's kind of where I'm at on this.
Madam Mayor, this may not come as a surprise to some of you that know me, but the first day of school, when I was in kindergarten, I got called in the principal's office, and I thought it was because I did something wrong. Turns out it was my parents who had done something illegal, and that was send me to the wrong school. And the way they figured it out was I knew my address, and the teacher argued with me about it, and I argued back. And when I was 3, my mom bought a home. She was working at Burger King at the time. She was a single mom, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me why family members would speak in hushed tones about the place where we had moved. But she had bought a house near the projects, and we didn't have a very good school. So she lied to send me to a different school where she thought I could get a better education. And there's a lot of reasons why we don't concentrate federal housing programs like we used to. There's a lot of compounding social issues that result from that, which my family felt growing up there. I think because we have this program, we need to be doing what we can to make sure that these vouchers are accepted. I would be supportive of a source of income, anti-discrimination ordinance, and I would have voted for it tonight. I would like it in a different section of code. I don't want to invite legislative action to our NDO. I'm open to conversations about who it does and doesn't apply to, but I think the promise of a voucher is that we're not going to concentrate you in a place where you don't have the resources you need, you don't have the school you need, you don't have the social network you need. And I would like to make good on that promise to our Section 8 voucher holders. In addition, my personal experience with vouchers, my father is a HUD inspector, and the types of things that he fails homes for are a water heater that's going to burn a kid, or lead paint that's peeling in a bedroom, or doors that won't lock on houses. These are just general safety things that good landlords are already doing. And then it's not going to really bother the folks that are doing it right. I think there are things we probably need to change to the ordinance as proposed to get it through council. I'm open to doing that. I don't want my lack of a second to appear that I'm not supportive of what we're doing here. I'm 100% supportive of what we're doing here. But I don't want this to die. And I want the conversation, if there's things we can do to this tonight to get it to where we want, it to pass it out of council, I want to have that conversation, and I want to do that tonight. So I just want to share that.
Well, what I'm going to propose then, I'm going to propose then, based on that, council member, that if there are issues that ought to be addressed, like you've mentioned, section of code, you said you wanted to have a further conversation, but what are the specifics? I'm just going to try to move this along. This is council member Halliburton's ordinance, but given that Nikki is going to come back, I'm going to suggest that folks walk through what you'd like to see addressed, questions you'd like to have answered. And then this comes back at a time certain, likely on the same day as the others, for further conversation. If that's all right with you.
Madam Mayor, what I think I hear is that if other council members have comments on this and things that they would like to see in addressing it further, that now would be the time to do it. Is that what you said?
Now would be the time to start it so that Nikki knows what she's coming back with, so that the conversation that I'm hearing council members say they want to have can occur in a facilitated fashion.
Madam Mayor, I'll start with a list.
Great. Nikki, you good taking the list? Okay.
All ADUs and small landlords, that's really what the heart of what I'm focused on. All ADUs, meaning there's no functional distinction between an ADU that's attached to your home and that's not attached to your home. We just passed a zoning code that tried very, very hard to push citizens to build ADUs and rent them. So I want to relieve burdens on getting those rented. So I would, if I had the magic pen, I would exempt ADUs from this ordinance, and I would exempt, in line with state law, landlords who rent 2 or fewer properties. Emergency rental assistance, I gather that's a technical term with many meanings. If it's emergency rental assistance for 2 weeks or a month, to me, that's not steady income. If it's emergency rental assistance for 5 years, it is. So clarification on how we apply that. And I agree with the reservations about this ordinance's placement inside our broader non-discrimination ordinance. I don't know that it would be preempted just because it's there, but it is odd. It's an odd sort of place for it to sit. One deals with discrimination of a very, very different kind than this. So more conversation about why it's there or why it fits there along the lines with Councilmember Nash's comments would be appreciated by me as well.
Madam Mayor, it seems like there is some direction from council members. There is some willingness to look at this into a variety of other areas. I do think that we have gone over the reason why this landed in the anti-discrimination ordinance versus other areas before in the past. And I believe that one of the reasons why, and maybe Nikki, you can speak to this a little bit more, is that as we see this passed in other places across the country, this is actually the easiest place to implement it and to have the most effect. And I think that if you were to look at things like in the state of Idaho, the city of Boise, including LGBTQ plus status into our housing policies and into the anti-discrimination ordinance. That's one of the reasons why it lives in the anti-discrimination ordinance and for housing as well. And so, Nikki, I don't know if I think that you did present that to us at one point. I don't know if there's a refresher or if that's helpful or not.
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes, that is something that we looked at, and that it is a commonplace for other states and municipalities to put that. The Utah Fair Housing Act is an example. North Dakota, similarly, it's placed within their fair housing work. And so that is, I think, a big part of the reason our legal team, in looking at the ordinance drafting, thought it was the cleanest place to locate it. But as I mentioned last time, they did look at a couple of other options. And so if there are strong feelings about considering those other options, it's certainly something that we could come back to you with some pros and cons on for some more consideration.
I have strong feelings.
Madam Mayor. Nikki, can you maybe speak to the issue or the reaction, especially from the Boise realtors, about the desire to maybe increase rents so that they'll all get out of just based on your research that everyone's done with how this played out in other states and municipalities?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haney Keith, I think that what we've seen and how it plays out in other municipalities is that housing providers typically charge what they can get in rent, what the market affords, right? And so that is, I think, typically what you would see as more of a driving force than whether or not there is a source of income discrimination ordinance on the books there, that they're responding to the market like almost everything else does. So I think the question there around, is this something that landlords might do? Certainly you might see some try, for sure. And I think that there are also, other ways that any kind of ordinance, any kind of regulation that any of us, move forward, there are always going to be ways that folks look at going around. When I think about, though, the 40% rent increases that we saw in this area, it wasn't because somebody tried to regulate the landlord tenant industry. It was because of the market. And so when we think about what is the more powerful force in driving rents, it's those larger market forces. And there was a comment made earlier about more housing being needed as the answer to that. And I think that this council, in moving forward, the update to the zoning code, acknowledged that and saw a role in trying to increase housing supply in this area. But there's no such thing as a silver bullet either, I guess, but a silver bullet in the housing world. More housing supply on its own is not something that we've seen as being something that addresses housing stability in the same way that looking at anti-discrimination ordinances like this have been able to Councilmember Halliburton's point about people having choice in what areas they live in.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I also just wanted to say that, my lack of a second is not also indicating I'm very supportive of this. I think I'm in line with Councilmember Bajent's just issues of things that I'd like to just continue to talk through and just make sure that we get this right before we approve it.
So I'm going to do a different motion, and that's not to move this to a first ordinance reading, but it's to direct staff to take some of the suggestions from council, including looking at small landlords, ADUs, whether it belongs in an anti-discrimination ordinance or somewhere else, and to bring it back to council for further discussion, probably at the same time as the work session that we view the other one.
Second.
Second, further discussion? Clerk?
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Nikki,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Ted,
Yes.
Willetts.
No.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
All right, thank you all. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be up with item number 2 on the agenda. There's a lot of them. So. Wow. We are welcoming back. We're going to start with number 2. Welcome, Matthew Dennis for the city. And then we've got Rodney Evans and partners. Hi, guys. And then we have a whole bunch of you over here. You all are testifying on this one? Okay, great. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. The item before you is a request for the vacation of a plat note that restricts construction from occurring on the eastern side of a drainage, sewer, and utility easement on Lot 10 and a portion of Lot 9, Block 1 of the McGall subdivision. The property is located at 2994 North Lancaster Place on 1.02 acres within an R1B zone. The subject plat note was established through the recording of the McGall subdivision in 2017. The applicant requests to vacate the plat note in order to build an accessory dwelling unit on the east side of the easement. The proposed location of the ADU complies with the dimensional requirements of the R1B zone. This item was deferred from the January 10th, 2023 City Council hearing as late correspondence was received from the Public Works Engineering Hillside Division stating that additional hydraulic and hydrologic testing shall be performed in order to simulate a 100-year designed stormwater surface height within the existing drainage channel prior to their approval. This depth analysis was conducted by River Ridge Engineering Company, which calculated the expected depth of flow during a 100-year storm event and was approved by Public Works. We had Andy Adams with the, who's a representative from the Public Works Engineering Hillside Division, virtually present, but I don't know if he is still on. And he would be willing to follow up with any further discussion about the engineering side of things, but public comment was received, of which the concerns are summarized on your screen. I will note that all items as part of this proposal were notified as required by code. And in conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the plat note vacation. And I will stand for questions.
Other questions for Matthew? All right. You're testifying. I haven't seen you in person in a while.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, Ben Semple, Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm here representing the owner of this property, who is also here in attendance with me. So this does involve the vacation of a plat note that is placed on the plat of this subdivision in which my client purchased a lot to build his family home. After we started looking at this, we identified an area that is unencumbered by any easements. It is below the allowable slope. We've had geotechnical investigation done on the portion of the property in question. It is east of the drainage easement of a sewer easement, but it falls outside of any of those easements as well as well within the confines of the setbacks of the R1B zone. Also, the R1B zone, as you're well aware, allows for an accessory dwelling unit to be built. So because this plat note references the easement, it does, I believe, inadvertently encumber a portion of this lot that is buildable. I think that you'll probably hear some testimony contrary to that. But based on all of the investigation and the engineering that's been performed on this lot, the geotechnical engineer has provided a letter that states that the ADU that is not currently proposed, we had originally submitted an application with both the home and the ADU. And when this became apparent as an issue, we withdrew the ADU application. In the time between that, the main home was approved through Hillside through a CFH application for Hillside Development Permit. And so he's intending to build his home there. So while we were doing this additional investigation and engineering to determine the 100-year flow through this drainage, that it has no impact on this lot, the future construction on this lot, any adjacent lot or anyone downstream of this lot. So there's really no impact on anybody adjacent to this. Public Works requested that. We did a pretty substantial review of that drainage that goes through there. We had to get additional aerial topography. We went back and got some additional information from the original engineer that designed the subdivision to run an external calculation from their drainage report, which we could not get a hold of fully. So we were able to fully analyze this area. Again, this is an owner occupied home. He's got a couple kids. Obviously, he and his wife have parents. They're aging. So they're looking at this accessory dwelling unit on the lot as the ability to provide for some of their family members to stay. There's some testimony and some of the written testimony that was received that we did review, talked about the storage in the garage that's on the first level of the ADU. It is a 2-bedroom ADU that has a bathroom. It's below the allowable square footage based on the ordinance currently. And he's really building that space for his own use for additional storage. I'm sure everybody has run into a situation at their own home where they wish they had somewhere else to put some other stuff that isn't outside. That's really what he's looking to do. And the plat note prohibits him from building on a portion of his lot that is buildable. And that's why we're asking for the vacation of it. I would stand for any questions that you have for me.
Questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear chronologically that the house was approved, and you're coming, no, the house was proposed with an ADU. The ADU was pulled. The house was approved. You're coming back for the ADU, which will require vacating a portion of this note. And that's, in your mind, at least, the main crux of the issue.
Correct. Yes, we were informed that the plat note, it does say east of the drainage easement. And I think that the intent was to not have anything built on the drainage easement that falls in the middle of this. The only thing that gets built on that is the driveway. There's a current seepage bed that's installed with the subdivision improvements, and it accepts all the roof drainage, all the road drainage from the subdivision. It was designed by the original engineer to handle any runoff there. So we don't see an impact, but we have to have the plat note vacated because it does restrict it from a buildable portion. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Badgett.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Okay. So, I do have this sheet. So Carolyn Punt is first, and then Joni. And then are the rest of you testifying as well? Great. Little popcorn section back there. Fan club.
Mayor, City Council members, I'm Carolyn Punt. My address is 3001 North Lancaster Place, which is directly across the road from the lot. My husband and I were the first to build a house on Lancaster in this Lancaster Heights subdivision. We chose to build our home in this neighborhood because of the great location and amongst a number of other reasons. We took on this project with the understanding that there were rules, restrictions, codes that needed to be followed to build a house and to be able to build a home, and for good reason. We built our house according to the CC&Rs, city codes, and within the legal building space afforded to us on the plot map. 6 other homes and families have since done the exact same and without any issues. A request was made by the owner of Lot 10 for one of the restrictions to be lifted so that they can build an additional structure in an area that was never intended to be built upon. This area is a designated drainage easement with multiple homes located at the top of the easement, which is the top of a hill. The current easements of Lot 10 do allow for them to build a single-family home with an attached garage, as noted in the house plans that were previously sent out. Our concern is that the request to alter the rules to build a structure in an area that was never intended to be built upon is what is being requested. While engineering and soil samples have been done with a report stating the lot is suitable for development of the proposed ADU, in the not so distant past, the same go-ahead was given to multi-million-dollar homes in Terra Nativa. The point is that everything is fine until it's not. The structure that the owner wants to build is not the primary home, and it is not essential to them living or even building their home on this lot, and is currently being requested to be built in an area not intended to be built upon. The owner would like to build a secondary structure directly below several established single-family homes by digging into the hillside supporting these homes. The risk-benefit analysis has to prove that the benefits outweigh the risks before moving forward. Best case scenario, one family gets to build a secondary structure that isn't necessary. Worst case scenario, several families are displaced from their homes, the property values of an entire surrounding neighborhood plummet, lower tax revenue, and one can only imagine what the city would have to pay out for a second neighborhood slide off. All for the construction of a structure that is not necessary. In this case, the risks by far outweigh the benefits of moving forward with this project. A period of due diligence was provided for all of the lots and should have been done prior to purchasing the lot, not after.
Done.
7 other homes have been able to go through the same process without issues, and we are requesting that this be considered, and there should be no exception in this case, especially for a structure that is not necessary and with so many dangerous risks attached. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Your big concern is that the construction of this ADU will create instability that will be dangerous for the surrounding houses?
So the area that they're requesting that be built on is a drainage easement. It is at the bottom of, it's in the gully where the foothills drain, multiple homes drain into that system as well. And they would like to take away what was already put in place so that they can put a structure on it and
Yeah, let
create
me-
a separate address for that as well.
Let me try to reword it. Are you concerned, or are you in fear that this is going to put other houses in danger, or are you opposed to the fact that they're putting another structure on their property?
It's more the structural soundness and the danger to the houses around it.
To the houses
And what
around
we've
it.
seen in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Right, Joni?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time. My name is Joni Fossey. My address is 2944 Hillway Drive. I wish to express my opposition to SOS 22-24, the vacating the plat note for Lot 10 in the Miguel subdivision at address 2994 North Lancaster Place. Originally, this lot was approved in 2016. It had the address of 3022 North Lancaster. Later, it was determined that this was incorrect and the address was switched with the adjacent lot. Then in 2020, as SOS 20-5 and 6, the lot line was adjusted and other plat notes were vacated. At that time, in the certified letter we were sent, and in bold letters, it states, the plat note vacation would only affect the subject property and the underlying setbacks for the R1B zone. And the underlying setbacks for the R1B zone will still apply. I also exchanged phone calls with Cody Riddle, previous planning and services staff, possibly even director at the time, who assured me that the easement setbacks would remain in place. The adjacent lot, number 9, also has a plat note with a 60-foot setback. I wonder if they too will be asking for a plat note vacation in the near future. That's 2 changes already on this lot. The engineers who originally plotted this lot and lot 9 put those notes on the plat for a reason. Was it the soil, the slope, the proximity to uphill houses that still shift 50 years later whenever heavy equipment operates in the area? This application was deferred on January 10th, 2023 to do a 100-year flood simulation. What about building on the other slope where the main house will be? Will it support a 100-year flood? Not sure that a 100-year flood is why the note is on the plat. Why did they think this? It was never mentioned in 2016 when the subdivision was platted. nor was there any mention of drainage mitigation that might allow for building east of the sewer easement. These issues were never mentioned. The owners of this lot bought it with this plat note. They should abide by it. It sets a bad precedent for the city council to modify previously approved lots and subdivisions. These plat notes are basically conditions of approval. They should not be modified. There have been other instances where the city has upheld previous approvals. Please do so here and deny SOS 22-24. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? All right. Is anybody else here to testify on this? Anybody online? All right, we'll go ahead and have the applicant come up for rebuttal.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, yeah, we do appreciate that there are some notes on this lot that had been vacated in the past, not a part of this project, not done by my client. I don't even know if it's done by the person that he bought the lot from. We are not vacating an easement. We're not vacating a setback. We're well away from the property line, well outside of our setbacks. So we're not encroaching on any of that. We're not encroaching on any platted easement right now. We've done a full evaluation of this lot, and the space in question where the ADU will fall has no encumbrances on it at all. The flood study that was done, or the flow study, has identified that the design of the home that was completed, that I did, will not be affected by the water surface elevation during a 100-year storm event, nor will a potential ADU be impacted by that, as well as the original stormwater system that's installed that is in the center of this lot. So it's a very unique lot within the subdivision, is fully maintained. It will be maintained by the HOA. And as far as I know, there's no restriction in their CCNRs that prohibit an accessory dwelling unit, nor is there a restriction in Boise City Code that would not allow an ADU on any residentially zoned lot. So we feel comfortable based on the geotechnical analysis of this lot. They have not identified any problems with slope stability, definitely not anything that has a historic landslide as did the Terra Nativa area. This is a hillside lot that happens to have an easement that ran through it, and there is a plat note that states this area, that the building limit line is the drainage easement, but I don't know that it was ever contemplated that at the time that someone would want to build an additional accessory structure in the area east of that easement, again, outside of any easement. So that's kind of my rebuttal to that. I would stand for any additional questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Mayor, I have a question for staff. I just want to clarify, because this is a plat note, this has to come before us. Once the modern zoning code is enacted, would this still have to come before us? Is it because of the legality of the plat note? I need a little clarification on this.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, the plat note vacation process will still be heard in front of City Council, although any more detail than that is still, I'm not exactly familiar with, but would still be a City Council level hearing item.
Madam Mayor, follow up. So the issue here isn't necessarily what's intended to be built there. The issue is the vacation of the plat note.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, that's correct.
And you're getting lots of head nodding too. So there you go. Thank you.
Anything further? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor? Yes. I'd move approval of SOS 2224, Rodney Evans Partners LLC.
Second.
We have a motion, a second discussion.
I don't see any compelling reason that it's a problem where it's supposed to be located. We want more ADUs. The risk or the burdens to, frankly, anybody from drainage problems is on you, sir. I hope your home doesn't fall down or be flooded, but there's no geotechnical reason to think that that will happen. And we want people to put their property to the highest and best use.
All right, clerk, will you call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Holly Burton.
Yes.
Amy Keith,
Yes.
Ash,
Yes.
Ed,
Yes.
Willetts.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we're gonna move into Monitor Way. We've got Dave Mosier, welcome. And then these are not the people from the land group that I see. It's Doug. I've got Macy and Tyler on here, but it's you tonight. Okay. And then we don't expect Swaka. Is anybody here from the public on this one? If you're online, let me know. Nope. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The applicant is requesting approval of a final plat for residential subdivision comprised of 48 buildable lots and 5 common lots on 13.3 acres located at 2484 South Monitor Way in our R1B zone. The proposal will create 48 buildable lots with a public street that connects back to Monitor Way adjacent to the west. The proposed lots will meet the dimensional requirements of the R1B zone, and all new homes constructed on these lots will require to comply with the height, setback, and parking requirements of the zone. This application is being heard tonight since there is a request to change several of the conditions of approval that were part of the preliminary plat approval. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the property is located in an area comprised of medium and low density residential neighborhoods containing detached single family homes. In summary, the proposed subdivision complies with the dimensional standards of the R1B zone in terms of lot size, width, and street frontages. However, the preliminary plat approval included a condition of approval that required a 12-foot wide pathway be constructed adjacent by the applicant adjacent to the east of the site within the unimproved right-of-way, and a 10-foot wide detached sidewalk be installed along the south side of Malad Street. Finally, an additional pedestrian connection to the pathway was requested at the northeast corner of the subdivision adjacent to the common drive. The pathways locations are highlighted on this slide and are identified with the red dotted lines. After the preliminary plat approval at council and upon further review, ACHD expressed concerns with this pathway construction within their unimproved right-of-way. The main concern was that several of the property owners adjacent to the east of the site have encroached into their right-of-way with developments. As such, ACHD will not allow the applicant to construct the pathway. However, they suggested that the city take the lead on a pathway planning process and construction for this. Based on this suggestion, the city and the Howie District had additional discussions, and it was determined that the city would take the lead on the pathway planning process and construction within this larger neighborhood. And as such, both the city and ACHD agreed that the first pathway planning effort should be to connect back to Maple Grove Road. This proposed pathway is located within the unimproved right-of-way adjacent to the northeast of the site and north of the Overland Heights Acres Unit Number 2 subdivision, as shown on this slide. This section right here. Therefore, the requiring the applicant to construct the pathway within the unimproved right-of-way adjacent to the subdivision is not required. And to be honest, ACHD won't allow it. In addition, the requirement to install a 10-foot wide pathway or a 10-foot wide detached sidewalk along the south side of Malad Street, which should be modified to 8 feet, and the requirement for the pedestrian connection to the northeast corner of the development should be removed. Therefore, the planning team recommends these changes to the following conditions of approval as seen here on this slide. Please note the 10-foot wide detached sidewalk along Malad Street will be reduced to 8 feet in order to minimize potential conflicts between bikes, pedestrian, and cars. In conclusion, the final plat complies with all dimensional code requirements, and the planning team recommends approval with the modified conditions. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Dave?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I've got a question. So
Could you go back to the map, Dave?
yeah, if you could go back to the original one that we had proposed with the pathway. I realize that's not going to happen, but that's the one. So with that pathway, we have the stubbed intersection on Malad Street, and then another sort of what looks like a pathway, or maybe it's a driveway on Raleigh Street. And I think that we were trying to design from the dais. I remember this, and it was really frustrating for everybody. And so we had put those two kind of stubs there. The stub on Raleigh, it's there specifically to access the houses. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the additional pathway connection in the northeast off at the end of Raleigh along that common drive was to provide initially was to provide an additional pathway connection on the north side of the site, northeast side, to supplement the pathway connection
You're talking about the road.
on the to the south at Malad, if that's
Yeah,
what
so
you're talking about.
Sorry, Dave, to interrupt. On this photo here, there's like a little car about to drive over a little crosswalk there. And I think that car is driving to park inside the garage, but not to actually connect to a pathway, right?
I'm getting a nod from the applicant.
Yeah. And so we're maintaining the stub on Malad. So in case there's a future connection going across, but we're not actually creating any sort of future pathways that would go on that area because ACHD has told us it's not happening.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, or Madam Mayor, members of the commission, that is correct. The main stub to the east is through Malad, and that would line up initially with Malad Street as it exists to the east of here. And then there's an unapproved right of way that pathway exists that we're proposing. And then up in the north of that, where that car is, that's more of a common drive that would feed the two lots there in the corner.
Great. And then if you could go just a couple slides forward to that's the one. So if folks who are living in this area to access this pathway, they would go out the front of the complex, up the road, kind of over that diagonal. So they're not going out the back anymore. They're kind of going back in front. That's what we're kind of reading here.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, that is correct. So without this current pathway connection, they would walk up, follow, I think there's a sidewalk along here, then they would get up to this section and then potentially then get up into this neighborhood and then kind of wind your way back over to Maple Grove.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So the condition of approval was a pathway along that east side. And then the applicant had conversations with ACHD and ACHD said, you can't put it in our right of way. And so we're back.
Yeah.
Was there any conversation about putting it inside the subdivision? I mean, there's a lot of developer owned land there where the lots exist.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I mean, that is a possibility. Putting it in the subdivision would require a major redesign of the plat as it is, and it would probably require a conditional use plan unit development, because then by doing so, you'd probably be shrinking the lots down below the minimum lot size of the R1B zone.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Are you in, one thing I'd ask, since nobody's here to testify in this, are you in agreement with the recommendations made by staff?
Mayor McLean, yes, we are in agreement with these changes.
Is there anything additional you're asking change-wise that's different than recommended?
No, the only thing that I did want the Madam Mayor and Council to know is that and by the way, I'm Doug Russell with the Land Group, 462 East Shore Drive.
I was just trying to be efficient.
I understand. The only thing that I wanted the council to know is that in good faith, we took all the conditions that you guys placed on the original application and we went to implement them. And it was when we went out there and recognized that there was encroachments in this right of way, it immediately threw up a red flag. I reached out to David, and planning staff also reached out to ACHD, and I said, hey, can you guys give us some advice on how we go about getting these encroachments off of your right of way? And that's when, and I don't know why ACHD didn't catch this in the pre-plat review, but that's when ACHD threw up the red flag and they called a meeting with David and our team. And they basically told us, like, we don't want this here. And so we came up with Plan B, which David has presented to you tonight. To answer Councilman Halliburton's questions, that is a common drive for those two lots. It is not intended that cars would go all the way through there, but we were planning on putting a little easement across there for future connection to that pathway if it were ever installed. Now that nothing is occurring there, we would prefer to not have an easement across that. And then the other thing is to Councilman Badgent's comment, we did actually look at, could we make a shift, put an easement on our property? The problem is to get back into the right of way where the city would prefer the path to be. We've got to go across somebody else's private property, and we're not really sure how we would do that. So that idea kind of fizzled out too. So we are in agreement with the terms and conditions that David and his team have put forth, and we're ready to move forward, but we just need to get this final plat approved. And we're sorry that we were unable to get that regional path in place. It just, we had all intentions to, but ACHD ultimately told us no.
Thank you.
One quick question on, assuming we adopt the staff's recommendation and approve. One thing we talked a lot about in the zoning code rewrite were unfulfilled conditions. We have some neighborhoods where that's been a real problem. Would you have any objection to changing condition 3 to say you will complete that little pathway before the first certificate of occupancy is issued on any structure in the subdivision?
And you're talking specifically about the pathway along Malad that connects down to the southwest?
The 8-foot wide detached sidewalk pathway along the south side of Malad Street to Monitor Way.
I can't think of any construction sequencing that would affect it. I mean, the intention is our client's going to come in, they're going to build this thing all at one time. They're going to start with roads and sidewalks, then they're going to build houses after that. I would, now that you've said that, my guess is they're going to want to maybe hold off on that sidewalk for a little bit of time while they're building those houses, because they're going to be bringing construction and traffic across them every day. And sometimes they like to do the sidewalk last just because they don't want to have to rebuild it and after they've damaged it during the construction. I mean, whatever you feel comfortable with, we're committed to building the pathway. So if that's what it takes to get it approved tonight, but I do believe that it would be wise to maybe consider construction sequencing and damage of the sidewalk. If we put it in first, it could create some problems, but that
That's
would be
fair.
my only
How about
concern.
within a year of the first certificate of occupancy on the street that the pathway will occupy?
I like that.
It seems better, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts on that.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I move approval of the final plat for SUB 23-12 with conditions number 2 and number 6 removed. And condition number 3 modified as staff stated with Council Member Bajan's additional direction.
Second, and to clarify the additional direction, as to make sure it's limited per your comments, was that condition number 3 will be satisfied within 1 year of the first certificate of occupancy abutting the pathway, basically.
Any further discussion? All right, clerk?
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Haney Keith,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Ted,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I, in an abundance of caution, am going to recuse myself from item number 4 because I participated in the original denial.
Okay, are we on number 3 right now, though? Or no, we just did number 3? Great. All right, thank you. All right, we are on number 4. All right. With this one, just before we get started, Sabrina, good to see you. Elam and Burke, you guys are here. I'm sorry. Tom, oh, yeah. Sorry, I put on my glasses and I can't see people's faces. And then we don't expect Sela Friends to be here from South Cole. We've got one member of the public here. So I'm going to have staff go hear from the applicant. We'll hear from the member of the public, and then we'll figure out if we need to do rebuttals and everything else. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of CUP 22-68. In 2022, council approved the annexation of the subject property with a zoning designation of C2D-DA. The terms of the associated development agreement restricted certain auto-oriented uses that are typically allowed by right in the C2 zone and included development standards regarding vehicular access to the site as shown on this slide. On May 8th, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard a request for a conditional use permit for a self-service storage facility on 2.17 acres located at 6780 South Cole Road in a C2D DA zone. The commission determined that the request was not compatible with the surrounding area and was not consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and denied the CUP. On May 17th, the applicant appealed the commission's decision based on the ground shown on this slide. The appeal asserts that the commission and council were aware of the intended self-service storage use at the time of annexation and that the approval of the annexation effectively also approved the use. The appellant claims that the DA for the property requires the construction of a self-service storage facility on the site
and asserts the denial of the CUP constitutes a taking of the property owner's right to develop the site in accordance with the DA. However, the scope of the previous approval was limited to the annexation of the subject property with a zoning designation of C2D DA, and no use application was submitted or approved at the time of annexation. Upon receiving the current application, the commission properly reviewed the proposal for a self-service storage facility and found that it did not comply with the CUP approval criteria. While the DA does acknowledge self-service storage is a use that may be allowed through a conditional use permit, it does not guarantee the use of the site for that purpose. Therefore, the commission's denial of CUP 22-68 does not constitute a taking of the applicant's contractual right to develop the property as described in the DA, as the DA does allow development of the site for a wide range of uses that are allowed and conditionally allowed in the C2 zone. As outlined in your packets, the appellant has not provided any evidence to demonstrate that the commission erred in its decision to deny the CUP. Therefore, the planning team recommends that the council deny the appeal and uphold the commission's denial of CUP 22-68. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Sabrina, why was a conditional use permit required for a storage facility in the first place? Is it because the development agreement said subject to conditional use permit, or because the zone always requires a conditional use permit for this type of facility? Like, what is the reason that that process got triggered?
Madam Mayor, council member, it is because this use is a conditionally allowed use in the C2 zone.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, so I was trying to go through like some past documents here to try to figure out like where the conversation was and had this come up. I'm fairly certain it did come up, you know, the discussion of a storage unit in this space. It was a long time ago. I remember it mostly now looking at it because of the canal that's next to it, which is how I remember everything. Do you have any, like looking back at when this came in front of council and planning and zoning, how much was that discussed? The possibility of a storage facility?
Madam Mayor, council member, it was offered up by the applicant as their intended use of the site, but they did not bring forward an application for the use at that time. Because it was mentioned as a potential use of the site, it was discussed during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearings and the City Council hearings for the annexation. The bulk of those conversations did relate to traffic generation. If you may remember, there were some conversations about requiring the access to be consolidated with the adjacent parcel to the south for higher traffic uses and allowing individual access to Cole Road for some lower generation uses such as the self-storage facility.
And Madam Mayor, following up there, like during those conversations, were there other uses that were talked about as far as like when we were looking at this as annexation, were there other uses that were being talked about or considered during that time?
Madam Mayor, Commission or council member, not that I recall specifically.
Madam Mayor.
Mhm.
What has been developed there so far, or what was approved with the development agreement?
Madam Mayor, council member, the site is currently vacant. When the development agreement was approved, it did not approve any specific use as shown on this slide, not number 2, the permitted uses. It just outlines the development of the site could be done for any allowed or conditionally allowed use in the C2 zone, with the exception of some of those auto-oriented uses that are typically allowed by right.
Another question. What criteria were used to support the rejection other than non-compliance with the comprehensive plan?
Madam Mayor, council member, the conditional use findings are shown on this slide, and the 2 that the commission found were not in compliance are highlighted in red.
Could you go to the other approved uses within the development agreement?
Yes.
Could you explain to me, in the best you can surmise, how some of these approved uses are consistent with the area, but that particular use is not?
Madam Mayor, council member, potentially just a point of clarification. Those specific uses that are outlined are ones that are prohibited.
Oh, okay.
Madam Mayor. Again, I wasn't present, I think, during the prior discussions, but I'm having a hard time, I suppose, when I look at the two conditions in which we evaluated this on, when I see that when we talk about development standards, the only thing that is discussed and listed is a self-storage facility. So it indicates to me that it was at least a key intended use that would have been considered by both planning and zoning and by the city council. And that subsequently then determining that that is not within the appropriate conducive to that particular neighborhood strikes me as odd when the only thing that's listed here on their development standards is speaking specifically to a self-storage facility.
Madam Mayor, council member, yes, I do agree. It is a little strange that the DA does contemplate that self-storage use specifically. I believe that is just because that was, a use that was mentioned by the applicant as a potential use at that point in time. However, I would note at the time of annexation, the commission and council did not evaluate that use for compliance with the CUP findings. At that time, what was being reviewed was the annexation findings shown on this slide. That really are focused more on determining whether the site is adjacent to, existing city boundaries, is within our area of impact and can be served by services. Whereas the CUP findings are specific to the use and the potential impacts and compatibility with the neighborhood.
I've got a question, a sequencing question. Was this, because I don't remember this. Was this lot annexed by itself without any plans tied to it, or was it annexed as a larger annexation?
Madam Mayor, this was annexed individually.
Okay. And when was this again?
Madam Mayor, the hearing was in the fall of last year, and the ordinance to finalize the annexation was approved in December of last year.
Madam Mayor, one more, and then I promise I'll be done. The annexation request came with a proposed development agreement that described a storage facility, but the council was considering only the annexation at that time. Am I correct so far?
Madam Mayor and council member, that's correct.
And then it was approved, the annexation, along with the development agreement that said, hey, you'll have to come get a conditional use permit for the storage facility. And my question is, would it have been a valid basis to deny the annexation on the ground that, hey, we see here you're planning a storage facility? Or is it the case that because what was only before us was the annexation, we were kind of bound under the rules to approve it, even though it had this other dangling issue out there?
Madam Mayor, council member, because no use application was brought forward at that time, the decision was based on the annexation findings alone, not based on anything related to the use.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? All right, thank you. Mr. Lake, coming up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I mentioned, council members, my name is Tom Lloyd. I'm here from Elam Burke on behalf of the applicant and appellant, Hatch Design Architecture, and the owner of the property, Craig McLeod. Respecting time limits, I do want to get straight to the heart of the issues on the appeal, and I think that will address some of the concerns or questions that were raised by Council Member Halliburton and Council Member Nash. But I think in order to do that effectively, we need to go through a more complete history of where we came from start to finish to get us to this point where we are right now. As staff indicated, this property was previously annexed and zoned into C2D GA, but it was during that annexation process that a lot of emphasis was placed on traffic and access for this particular parcel, which of course is abutted on one side to the east by the New York Canal. To the south, it's abutted by private property, which is not annexed into the city of Boise. To the west, it is Cole Road, and to the north, it is Lake Hazel. So prior to that annexation and rezone, the commission had obtained comments from ACHD as to how an existing access point, one that serviced the residents to the south, could be used as sort of a dual access for the property that's in question now. And the initial development agreement that was proposed had that as a condition, so that that access point would have to be shared with the residential access point to the south. For a number of reasons, staff, ACHD, I think this council didn't really like that idea. The commission didn't like that idea. The parcels are currently owned by the same individual, but there's no guarantee that that's going to be the case going on into the future. And so with one parcel being annexed into the city, the other parcel not being within the city, it would be difficult for a requirement to exist absent some sort of easement that residents would have to give access to the northern parcel. So at that stage, the emphasis was kind of put into identifying with ACHD, what can we do here? What type of possible access point would everybody be okay with that doesn't create this shared access point with the residential parcel to the south? At the June 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it was presented that from ACHD's impact fee generation, which is based on traffic, storage has the lowest traffic rating. And since these are larger parking spaces that are going to be used for recreational vehicles, that traffic standard is actually lower. That traffic impact is actually lower. The commission and subsequently the city in the development agreement ultimately and rightfully elected not to tie those two access points together. And that was largely based on that input from ACHD as presented before the commission during the annexation process. Mr. Hatch indicated, so I just want to reiterate what comments we're getting back from the highway district, which is instead of intensifying this access, in other words, that shared access, which doesn't align with current access, they would rather limit this to a very low intensity traffic format. And staff agreed with that, noting that the separate access that would, so long as we tied that separate access to a low intensity use, which was the self-storage facility that everybody was talking about at that time, then that would be preferable. The comments from staff were as follows. Another concern we have with maintaining a separate access point for that northern lot is that as written in the development agreement, that first version of the development agreement, it doesn't tie that lot to the self-storage use. There are a number of other uses in the C2 zone that could potentially go in there that would generate more traffic. And so having that close to the intersection, that being the intersection between Cole Road and Lake Hazel, would not be ideal. So when the motion to approve the annexation was made before the commission, it was stated as follows by Commissioner Mooney. I move that we recommend approval of the annexation with an additional condition on the development standards paragraph 4A, vehicular access. So now we're looking at modifying that development agreement that ultimately came before the city council. Commissioner Mooney indicated in plain language as specified by the applicant, i.e. onto that single parcel, rather than encumbering the one to the south that isn't being considered for annexation, but also including in the note the use standards. And if there's a more intensive use coming in the future, that would not be allowed. During discussion about the motion before the commission, staff also indicated my only question with that is that we're not looking to the use right now. So to tie it to that, we could tie it to that use and then state that if there's a change, we'll relook at access. Now, these comments are important because in the comments before the commission on the conditional use permit, staff indicated that it was not tied in the development agreement to that self-storage use. And I raise this because it's important to note that tying the development agreement to that self-storage use was actually the idea that was generated by staff's comments during that commission hearing. Based upon the applicant's agreement to that condition, that's exactly what happened. The final version of the development agreement, which we saw on the screens here a moment ago, was modified to tie the low impact self-storage use standard to the annexation through that development agreement. And with that, the motion was approved and the annexation and development agreement recommendation was sent to this body for final approval. That annexation and rezone then came before the city council on September 13th, 2022. And staff introduced the annexation with the following, because and again, I raised this because the question was given to staff, how much discussion was there about this self-storage unit, the self-storage facility from the get-go? And it was introduced from the very beginning as the applicant proposes to construct a self-storage center on the site following annexation. This has always been, it was always a part of the discussion. With regard to the access issue, staff explained, the commission found that the shared access would not be necessary if the property were developed as a self-storage or another low traffic use, and recommended modifying the development agreement to allow the site to have individual access from Cole in that case. So from all of that, we have what ultimately ended up in the development agreement, which was essentially the city and the applicant agreeing these are the standards that we're going to agree that this property can be developed according to. In particular, paragraph number 3 of that agreement, development of the project. Any new improvements and site work to be constructed on the property pursuant to this agreement, known as the project, will be A, consistent with the development standards set forth in section 4 below, which I'll get to in a moment, and B, otherwise in compliance with applicable law. That paragraph 4, that section 4 is where we've seen it on the screen already today, but it indicates what those development standards are going to be for this parcel. The following provisions, requirements, and conditions will apply to the development of the project on the property. A, as long as the use of the subject property is a self-storage facility or another use which generates equal or lesser traffic. And now bear in mind, the comments from the very beginning of this process indicated that ACHD had said, this is the lowest use. This is the lowest traffic generation use that we can come up with. As determined by the planning director, the site shall be permitted to take direct vehicular access from Cole Road via an individual driveway located a minimum of 375 feet south of the intersection. And then section B was added, development or redevelopment of the site for any use which generates greater traffic than a self-storage facility, as determined by the planning director, shall be contingent on 1, access via that shared access point with this residence, which may in the future may or may not be owned by the same individual that owns the self-storage facility. Number 2, closure of the direct vehicular access from Cole Road. Now, this parcel of property is fairly rectangular in shape. And if you think about it, you've got the canal to the east, the private property to the south, and then you have 2 roadways, 2 public access points. The northern public access point, ACHD has indicated they're not going to allow approval of an access point off of there. It's with the development of Lake Hazel, that whole area was raised up. It's a 12 to 14 foot grade difference between where the site is and where the roadway is. Taking access off that really is not feasible. And then ACHD has also indicated we're not going to allow access on Cole unless there is this low intensity use. What happens then is if any greater use occurs, as is, I think, the suggestion by the commission in denying this application, the access point that was given to this property as a part of the development agreement goes away. So if you go back to the four corners of that particular rectangle, there's no longer a right of access to this parcel in any way, shape, or form, unless the city attempts to force a non-resident of the city of Boise to the south to allow an easement access up through their property. That's the only way that access could then occur. So relevant to this appeal, in my final minutes here, we're looking at the 2 elements of the 2 bases for appeal as set forth in section 11-03-03.9 C2A, subsection 2, that the decision is in violation of constitutional, state, or city law. An example would be a taking. And subsection 5, the decision is arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of discretion in that it was made without a rational basis or in disregard of the facts and circumstances presented. Those facts and circumstances are the ones that I've just been through. How we got to this point, why we have a development agreement that specifically says that access point will only occur if we have a use that generates no more traffic intensity than a self-storage unit. The approval criteria then that we're reviewing, that the council is reviewing, comes from Boise City Code 11-03-04.6C7. And as Ms. Mortensen had indicated, the two bases for the commission denying this CUP application were as follows. Number one, the location is compatible to other uses within the general neighborhood. The commission indicated or decided that it was not compatible. Unfortunately, they didn't provide any more information for us. I mean, at law, that is kind of the definition of arbitrary and capricious, is if there is no information provided whatsoever as to why this does not, why it's not compatible with the general neighborhood. And frankly, in addition to the commission not providing any of that basis, I would suggest that it's incorrect. I mean, if you look at the overhead map, the aerial map of this property, both with what's been developed and what is slated to be developed, you have a number of neighborhoods, subdivisions, none of which are going to allow recreational vehicles to be parked in front of the houses. And it's all over there. I mean, this development in this area is like wildfire. The folks need a place to put their recreational vehicles. I will tell you, I live in deep southeast Boise, and I travel all the way over to about Colon 5 Mile for my recreational vehicle. This absolutely complements the general nature of the neighborhood. The commission did decide that the proposed use will not place an undue burden on transportation or other public facilities. The commission did decide that the site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use. One note on that, though, is when you look at this development agreement, when you look at everything in the context of this development agreement, the site is not large enough to accommodate anything other than that self-storage use. The reason being that anything larger than that self-storage use is going to necessarily generate more traffic intensity. And at the point where it generates the more traffic intensity, now we're triggering that key in the development agreement where we lose that access point altogether. And now we've got a major issue with even being able to get in access to that property. I know the staff report quoted the commission, some of the commission's concerns that really the commission's looking for things to do and places to go. The problem is the development agreement in this case didn't allow for that. There's no room for that because anything where it's going to be things to do and places to go for the people to participate in is necessarily going to increase traffic, which again, by its nature, necessarily ends up closing the only access point that there is to this property. So the commission did indicate that the proposed use complies with all conditions imposed and will not adversely affect other property. But then the commission decided that the proposed use is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Again, we don't really have a lot of substance to this decision. It seems like it was just more or less a decision, well, we want something else there. And so we don't think that this is cohesive with the comprehensive plan. But the problem still comes back to the same thing. Anything that would be more desirable, I guess, in the commission's view for this property is necessarily going to be something that is more traffic intensive. If it's more traffic intensive, the provisions of the development agreement take place or kick into place, and that access point is lost altogether. So in my final 30 seconds, I'll move on. So based on all of that, we think that the commission's decision was arbitrary and capricious. It didn't take into account the totality of where we came from and what limitations are in place as a result of the development agreement that was ultimately signed. One final issue, and I've talked about it a couple of times, so I'll be brief on it. What ends up happening with this closure of that access is kind of a set of dominoes where if we don't allow this self-storage and we require something that's going to be of greater traffic intensity, then all of those dominoes fall to the point where that access point gets closed off altogether. And then at that point, there's no access to the property, there's no circuitous access to the property, and we end up in a taking situation.
All right, we're at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got one member of the public.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Bree Brush. I live at 7627 West Havana Drive. I'm here this evening speaking in my personal capacity. My home is in the Boise subdivision directly across Cole Road from this property to the west. I won't repeat my testimony from P&Z. Some of it was cited in the staff report, but I will reiterate that I believe this area is already oversaturated with these types of facilities, and this property would be sorely underutilized if this use is allowed. Within just 3 miles of my neighborhood, there are 5 storage facilities with boat and RV available. And I actually called one of the owners of these facilities before P&Z to chat with him about his vacancy rates and his use. And he said that his use and occupancy has declined so much in the last 6 months that he's had to evict people for not paying and reduce his rates to try to get his business back. And further, my neighborhood has just 63 homes in it, but on the other side of Cole Road from Boise is the local subdivision, which will have 2,000 homes at full build out. And as more is considered to the south, I believe this property would be better suited for neighborhood commercial. The applicant cites a need for a use with low trip generation. The local subdivision's highest density is 6 units per acre. The trips being generated are a stone's throw from this property. With each development, such as the local and Boise, our sidewalk and pathway network expands, allowing people the option to move without their cars, but they have to have somewhere they need to go. And referencing the access to this property in relationship to the not annexed property next to it, it's the owner's property. He owns both of these parcels. One is annexed for this use and one is his home. And finally, there was reference to the annexation hearing and comments made during that time. 2 former city council members who unfortunately are not here today mentioned that they hoped by the time this came back for CUP, they would get a better use out of it because for all these reasons, it's underutilized. They want a more active use for all of these new homes going in the area. And I think that's all I have. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. All right, is anybody else here to testify? Do we have any questions for staff?
And Mayor, I guess I do have a question for staff. I feel like since I've been on council, I've on several occasions seen either rezones or annexations in addition to an application, for the use of the property. I don't think that we saw that on this one. We saw just the annexation, but that is something that we see on a regular basis. People are actually letting us know what the use is going to be, even in a conditional use permit or sometimes others.
Madam Mayor, council member, that's correct. Typically, if the applicant wants to ensure specific use of a property at the time of annexation, they do bring forward the use application at the same time as the annexation.
Yep, thank you.
Madam Mayor, it seems to me, at least if I'm understanding the timeline horizon here, though, there was a lot of discussion about how this piece of property would be able to be utilized in light of the traffic issues. And so the ability to determine how it could be used in light of the conditions makes that a little more challenging. It was clear that there was discussion about this storage facility in light of the traffic restrictions. So in some ways, I think I'm still just a little bit confused about the kind of timeline tracking of this, and that if we expect individuals to come and bring both of those applications at the same time, when we know that there may be challenges with the annexation and restrictions on that as part of that discussion, I would not have expected those to happen at the same time in light of what I'm hearing the discussion was about with this particular piece of property.
Madam Mayor, council member, I'm not sure if I fully tracked the question and what information you're trying to get at. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand when this annexation was brought forth, it seems that there were already issues and concerns about how its use would be centered around traffic, and that the separation of waiting to bring a separate CUP was to ensure that it complied with what we were looking for with the annexation. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, are we always expecting or always wanting an annexation and a CUP at the same time? Because I'm just trying to understand the expectation here.
Well, I'll jump in here because that's actually a policy discussion. When I was on planning and zoning, I would not vote to annex something without a clear plan on the use, given that if you annex something with a suite of potential uses, you might end up getting a use that you don't want. And the time to have that discussion is at the time of annexation and designation of the zoning, was my approach as a planning and zoning commission member and a council member way back in the day. So it's much more a policy discussion and decision that, council should have at some point in the future, if there needs to be clear direction, given where we're at today on this one. And given the discussion that was had, especially with 2 council members that we've lost, about their concerns of what this could be, given that there wasn't a plan in place at time of annexation when a right and a development right was given without clarity on what was expected here. And so I'd say I jumped in rather than having staff, because it really is a policy discussion, then ultimately, direction to to the Planning and Zoning Commission in terms of what we want to see in the future. Anything further? All right, I'm going to close. We'll hear the rebuttal and then we'll close for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, with regard to the comments by the public and the concern about this, having something that's more of an active use, the reality is this parcel of property really isn't all that conducive to it. With that 14-foot difference in the grade level, it's not something that's going to be amenable to any sort of active use. And as I think I beat to death in my opening comments, when we do have any sort of an active use, any sort of a more active use, something that's going to want to bring the community in, we're necessarily generating more traffic in that area. And when we necessarily generate more traffic in that area, we are losing that access point altogether. With regard to when this annexation was brought forth and that the CUP was not brought forth at the same time. I think the comments by Councilmember Haney Keith I agree with the fact that there's not always going to be circumstances in which it makes sense to bring those at the same time. But in this case, my client was indeed very, very transparent about what was going to happen. In fact, nothing has ever changed. And so given how we have the development agreement where it is today, it's either this is going to be developed into the self-storage facility because that's really all that's available under that traffic requirement, that low intensity traffic requirement, or it's not going to be developed really into anything because anything else is going to create all sorts of problems down the road with access and with needing to potentially get a new development agreement or something like that. I think that, it's almost more trouble than it's worth at that point. And so I think the usage of the self-storage facility, it is down that 14-foot slope. My client is absolutely open to the conversations with the commission about how to design that to make it fit the neighborhood best, how to make that actually be an enhancement to the neighborhood as opposed to the vacant lot that is there right now. But if the requirement is going to be go do something else, which is necessarily going to require go get a new development agreement, start this all over so that you can at least have access to that parcel. And my guess is that it's going to stay as that vacant lot. It's not going to be very conducive to the neighborhood feel altogether. And so with that, I would stand for any further questions.
Madam Mayor, I've got a question, comment. So I appreciate what Councilmember Haney Keith brought up. And I appreciate, that not all the time is annexation going to come with a conditional use permit at the same time. They would tell you this is exactly what it's going to be. But the reality is it didn't. And so there was nothing that guaranteed your client that a storage unit could take place because there was no conditional use permit at that time. And so while that discussion maybe came up, it sounds like there was at least 2 council members that weren't excited about it. I haven't ever been excited about a self-storage unit popping up in a neighborhood. And so there was nothing that guaranteed that right going forward. But when the commission heard it, they're not hearing it as a guaranteed for, past discussions. They're only looking at it as the conditional use permit. And so I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here is that without any of the past discussions, only conditional use permit in front of you, they made a decision saying that the comprehensive plan didn't identify this as the best use and that it didn't comply with the neighborhood. So they found 2 specific things that we look for in a conditional use permit. And I guess I need you to figure out how they erred in that in those findings because they did find two specific things that we typically look for in a conditional use permit.
I'm going to ask that the response be condensed because you already gave the arguments as to how, why you believe they erred. So just top lines rather than going through all the notes again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councilmember Halliburton. It's interesting what Madam Mayor mentioned before about the policy consideration, because when this originally came through the commission, that very issue was raised. In fact, the only commissioner who voted no said, hey, using his words, the cat's out of the bag at this point. If we approve this, we can't come back later and say no. But that's in fact what did happen here. With regard to the idea about nothing was guaranteed, that's where I think we have a problem with the development agreement and how it was issued. Because I do think that the development agreement does guarantee a right to develop that property as a self-storage facility. The condition was set forth, as long as the use of the subject property is a self-storage facility, you can have this access point. And at that point, I think we've got an agreement between the city and the applicant that says, we're going to allow you to do that because we know that this is how that's going to impact the traffic. Maybe not the cleanest, best way to go about things, absolutely, but we would contend, just to answer your question, that there is a guarantee of a right to develop a self-storage facility there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I would move to deny the appeal in CUP 2268.
Second.
This is not a particularly easy or lovely one. The basis of my motion is that first, it can't be the case that we granted a conditional use in the development agreement. That process requires a public hearing. It requires all kinds of things. And if we did business that way, somebody else would just sue us and say we didn't follow the proper procedure on something we approved that way. So the development agreement can't contain a promise to build a storage facility here. The only thing we can look at in the prior hearing is what was in front of the council and what was approved, and that was the annexation. My recollection of the prior hearing was that there was discussion about how a self-storage facility is not what the council or the comprehensive plan wanted to see here. And there was cautioning that, like, hey, we're approving this annexation, but don't bet on the conditional use permit. Second, it's an undesirable outcome, but it's possible that you can run into situations where a proposed use for a parcel does not comply with what ACHD wants and does not comply with our comprehensive plan and leaves the owner with few options. And that's kind of what this parcel is. All we have to decide and all we should decide is whether the Planning and Zoning Commission erred. And they articulated a basis for their decision. They considered these arguments and they made a decision based on the comprehensive plan and compatibility with the neighborhood. The comprehensive plan calls out more active mixed commercial residential in that general area, which they concluded rationally that a storage facility isn't. And they made factual conclusions about the compatibility of a storage facility with the neighborhood. So for me, it comes down to they didn't err under our appeal standard. We couldn't legally or procedurally have promised a storage facility when we did the annexation. And we've got an unfortunate confluence of events with what ACHD will permit, what our comprehensive plan will permit, and the disjointed timeline of the annexation request and the conditional use permit. And I'm sorry.
Further discussion? All right, clerk.
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Haney Keith,
No.
Ash,
Yes.
Stead, no, Willetts,
No.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
All right. We have one more item. And I'm going to we have the rule where we don't start new business after 10 unless I'm saying unless I give a reason, I'm giving a reason. But we have that to exist so that we don't pick up longer items after 10 if we feel that that's the right thing to do. This is an application, a whole bunch of request to surplus city-owned land. Is anybody here to testify on this? I didn't think so. And it's for that reason that because it's our request to surplus, didn't expect anybody to be here. We're going to go ahead and pick this up, but I'd ask for a condensed report.
Madam Mayor, do we need to make a motion to defer item number 5?
Oh, we do? Okay. Sorry. I thought that it had been taken off another one, but I guess not. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I move that we defer DRH 22-00437. There's a date on there. Requesting a deferral date to August 29, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Holly Burton.
Yes.
Amy Keith.
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Ed,
Yes.
Phillips. Yes. All in favor, motion carries.
Thanks. And now the surplus. Welcome, Mo. Thanks for waiting so long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I will be super efficient. This should just take a few moments. I am here, as the mayor said, regarding the surplus of 4 properties that are currently in our rental housing portfolio. These properties were originally purchased with federal funds and the required period of affordability has expired. So we are proposing surplusing those to sell these homes at a below market rate to an income eligible household. The first property is 1250 West Dundee, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. We acquired it in 2002. The next set is 3 of 6 townhomes in our portfolio, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. We bought these properties in 1998. There is a surplus process, of course, required that has certain requirements. Among those is that the property is both considered underutilized and not being used for a public purpose. These homes have recently been vacated. By virtue of the type of property they are, they're extremely expensive to maintain and operate as affordable rentals. So we are proposing surplusing them. Really briefly on pricing and affordability, we're targeting households at 80% AMI. Because of the size of the home, we assumed that they would be in the neighborhood of a 5-person household. We use that household size to back into an affordable sales price of $250,000 for each of these homes. They will not be sold, at the appraised value, and then proceeds will go back into Fund 543, which is where we manage our rental housing portfolio. There is a whole host of requirements for offer packages. We have some very specific ones. Wanted to have those documented as part of the public hearing. The reason for this set of requirements is that we want to set potential homeowners up for success, avoiding any predatory loans, for example. So our process is that a realtor will collect the offer packages. They'll do an initial screening, send us those households that qualify. Our team will verify for accuracy. And then among those that are qualified, each home will have its own lottery so that all eligible households have the same opportunity for homeownership. Last but not least, these are the steps that we will undertake. Once City Clerk publishes the ordinance, we will list the properties for sale and accept offers until roughly the end of September. Happy to stand for any questions.
Madam Mayor. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just going to ask if we're moving the ordinance as to August 15th for the first reading or just to a future date tonight. Yep.
Madam Mayor, this is new process for me, so forgive me. Is it possible to do some kind of like deed restriction or something that would allow the resale to also be at 80%?
Madam Mayor, council member, we are not including a deed restriction on the properties because the legal mechanism there gets incredibly difficult to enforce since we're not putting funds toward or putting funds towards, say, the down payment or towards their loan. So we really have no enforceability there.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, well, are we required by law to surplus these properties? Is there other outside the maintenance? I mean, is there any policy goal that we might achieve by trying to keep these in like rental inventory of maybe another agency?
Madam Mayor, Council Member Nash, it's a very good question. There's no requirement for us to surplus the properties. However, they are not sustainable or feasible for us to maintain as affordable rentals, given what it costs once they have been vacated to actually rehab. So given what we have to charge or what we do charge in rent, there is a pretty big delta between what it costs to operate and maintain them as affordable rentals, which we are required to do, versus offering a home ownership opportunity, which is a space that we're trying to move into policy-wise as we're able to do so. So that effort is made in this vein. Or this, I think I said that backwards, but you got me.
Has there been any appetite or interest or conversations with the housing authority about their potential interest in the property?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Nash, not specifically on this set of 4 properties. We have a midterm to long-term game plan to talk with the housing authority and others in the home ownership space or affordable rental housing to talk through what's possible as far as a community land trust, deed restricting affordable home ownership opportunities, et cetera. We have a certain level of urgency to move on the properties we have now because they are sitting vacant and we're assuming some risk with that vacancy.
I just comment, I like the idea of us moving into the space of promoting homeownership. At the same time, I feel like that's just one family we could help. Whereas if we were able to preserve these in rental inventory long-term, I feel like we could help a lot more people. I know that it may not make sense for us to do it.
Sorry, we're getting close to deliberations.
Okay.
So, but I'd like you to repeat that, but actually in the part where we should be deliberating. Any further questions for Maureen? Is anybody here to testify on this? Right, I'm going to close the public hearing, a motion on the floor, and then we'll have some discussion.
Madam Mayor, I think that this is probably the way to do this. I move that ordinance 30-23, ordinance 31-23, ordinance 32-23, ordinance 33-23 be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Second.
We have a motion, and a second, and now I'll take discussion. I'm going to start with Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, I'd just say I'd like to keep these in rental inventory. It may not make sense for us to do it. Maybe there's another agency like the housing authority that could keep it in the rental inventory. But I feel like selling it, helping promote homeownership for affordability is a good thing. But I think we just help one family and not a lot more over a longer period of time. So I'm probably inclined to vote no on it.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a comment there. I acknowledge that. And I do think that that's important to consider. We've had a couple of these come before us, and it does put funding back into a lot of our initiatives for housing. So I think that there is a benefit there. And then also I think with the generational wealth component, offering home ownership when we can does have a, effect down the line as well, but certainly understand that. And that's something I would, be willing to talk about as we look at these things again in the future.
Madam Mayor, I had a quick question for Maureen. Maureen, this is like winning the lottery for some folks. I mean, this is unbelievable, the price point that this is. How will this be advertised? I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of interest in this. So I'm curious about how we make sure that it's a fair advertisement and that people know about it.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willetts, the realtor that we will have on hire to do this will certainly advertise in the traditional ways. We will also be reaching out to nonprofit agencies that do this work, and they've actually have quite a few qualified home buyers already, or I should say most likely do. So we'll do some direct advertising to them to let them know that these 4 properties are up for sale.
Madam Mayor, not something I need to understand tonight, but something I would love to understand more is if we can't afford to maintain affordable rentals, how can we expect other landlords to do that? And I know that we are incentivizing that as best we can, but that's just something that I'd love to learn more about.
Yeah, I'll propose that in your, when you do your orientation meetings with the housing team, that you have that discussion. Great. All right. There was a motion. Clerk.
Agent,
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Haney,
Yes.
Nash,
No.
Stead,
Yes.
Willetts,
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Then we have to read it.
And now we're going to read them.
ORD 30-23, an ordinance declaring certain real property identified as Ada County Assessors parcel number R7877860010 and located at 1250 West Dundee Street in Boise City, Ada County, Idaho, as underutilized or not used by the city for public purposes, finding that the sale of the property is in the public interest, offering the sale of the property to an income eligible buyer, authorizing city officials and staff to do all things necessary to conduct the real property sale transaction and establishing an effective date. ORD 31-23, an ordinance declaring certain real property identified as Ada County Assessors parcel number R1061600400 and located at 2728 West Cherry Lane in Boise City, Ada County, Idaho, as underutilized or not used by the city for public purposes. Finding that the sale of the property is in the public interest, offering the sale of the property to an income eligible buyer, authorizing city officials and staff to do all things necessary to conduct the real property sale transaction, and establishing an effective date. ORD 32-23, an ordinance declaring certain real property identified as Ada County Assessors parcel number R1061600360 and located at 2752 West Cherry Lane in Boise City, Ada County, Idaho, as underutilized or not used by the city for public purposes. Finding that the sale of the property is in the public interest, offering the sale of the property to an income eligible buyer, authorizing city officials and staff to do all things necessary to conduct the real property sale transaction and establishing an effective date. ORD 33-23, an ordinance declaring certain real property identified as Ada County Assessors parcel number R1061600250 and located at 2952 West Cherry Lane in Boise City, Ada County, Idaho, as underutilized or not used by the city for public purposes. Finding that the sale of the property is in the public interest, offering the sale of the property to an income eligible buyer, authorizing city officials and staff to do all things necessary to conduct the real property sale transaction and establishing an effective date.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.